Hello everyone and welcome to this week's, the second to last week of GeoGuessr World League. I'm Toby, joined by Siggy. And Siggy, I mean, I just giga spoiled the fact that we only have 2 weeks left to play. But before we get into all of that, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling quite tired because I was not supposed to be here. But so I watched the games that were during the night. So I got like 5 hours of sleep. But
gamer schedule, I like it.
It's a gamer schedule, so I'm here, I'm ready, and very excited to see the games unfold.
Exactly. If you weren't fresh and up and awake, grab yourself a cup of coffee and get ready for the games to start. But again, before we get into the very intricate details of what is competitive GeoGuessr, let's first lay the land and explain exactly what GeoGuessr is to any new viewers that might be tuning in, because it really is fairly simple. You all know Google Maps, you all know Street View, and they combine those two with competitive game modes and you have yourself an amazing game. So what happens is that you get put down somewhere on our dear and beloved globe, and then it's up to you to figure out where you are. You can move up and down the streets, try and pinpoint your location, and the closer to the target you are, the better off you're gonna be, because you're playing 1v1s, and whoever is furthest from the target takes damage according to the distance they are from the correct location. But of course, these are professional players, so we have to challenge them, and who better to explain to you exactly what type of game modes we have than our pro Siggy himself.
Yeah, we do challenge them with 3 different game modes at hand. We always start off the game with a moving game where the players can move around freely, the only restriction being that they have a 1-minute time limit. The second one, on the other hand, you are stuck in place. You can still look around, look at clues maybe that might be around or are not. Might just be a rural road in the middle of nowhere, and you have to guess based off the landscape. And if a decider is necessary, so if it's 1-1 after the first 2 games, we do go into the NPC mode, which is basically just an image, and it's still possible because they are pros, and that's all they need.
That's all they need. That's all they're gonna get. And many times have we seen them come out with points, even in very, very tricky situations like that. But of course, a competitive game needs a scoring system as well, and it's very straightforward. You play best of 3s, meaning that once you have yourself 2 victories, you have won the matchup. Should you go out and win 2-0, then you get 3 points. The opponent gets none. Should it be a 2-1 result, then the winner gets 2 points. The loser gets away with 1 point. So that's the ruling, and with 20 weeks of that, or I suppose 19 up until this point, this is what we have found ourselves now looking at. And again, I'll lead over to you, Siggy, to talk to me a bit about maybe some upsets, some impressive performance, some players that are further down the leaderboard that you thought might be higher. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, because especially because we see all the players. What we also have to look out for is that the top 12 do qualify for the World Championship, correctly. I almost said World Cup, but it's the World Championship this year. And what that means is that we see Lenley, for instance, in 13th place right now. So he definitely needs to get some wins in. He has 4 matches left, but so does Captain. He definitely needs to have a very good finish to this league, because you can also earn points for the regional majors. So you definitely want to get maybe to the 9th place, 10th place to be safe from people overtaking you with the points from the majors. But even then, you're not even safe there. So every win counts, even if you're already at the top and definitely qualified for the majors.
It's gonna be good. And here you can see exactly what you just mentioned, Siggy. These are, so far, how it looks. If we were to end the qualifiers or the World League today, or right now I should say, then this is what it would look like. These would be the players that have gone on through. But it's not done yet, of course. The players still have 2 weeks to try and qualify. So Siggy, again, talk to me a bit about who's at risk, who's safe in, so on and so forth.
Yeah, you can put the at risk in the Americas aside, because Oceanman did already play all his remaining games, so he is set on 46 points. We see Orlando at 48, so Orlando is safe from elimination in this tournament, which basically means Americas is decided. Meanwhile, we have a 1v1 going on in the APAC region between Kirania and Spaghetti. Kirania and Spaghetti both have 2 games left against very hard opponents. Kirania playing both French players, Kratzu and Blinky, next week. So that's going to be very hard for him. On the other hand, Spaghetti is also no easy matchups. He's playing Cup 10 and Malfunction, and Malfunction has been in great form. So that's going to be tough. He has a 3-point lead. We'll see how that turns out, and EMA, I mean, I can't even call this.
I was going to say, speaking of malfunctions, he sat at 55 on 12th place, 1 point ahead of Mada, 2 points ahead of both V89 and Pan, respectively. And then there's also Amani, who, I mean, we talked to him last week. He would need a hell of a good run here in the final 2 weeks to make it, but theoretically, he could make it too. But now, of course, he's at a point where it's not just him who has to play good. That's taken for granted, but also he's very much depending on specific opponents to not go out and get extra points. So it really is insanely close in EMEA.
Yep, and every single game that is taking part in that race towards the bottom is going to be very interesting. We are between 6 points between those, and that's 2 wins.
And here you see the matches that we will be playing today. We're kicking off with what I'd like to call a banger. It's gonna be Blinky, your reigning world champion, taking on Zigzag, the world champion of constant streaming on Twitch, I suppose, because he does that a lot. I tune in all the time. He's a great guy, sat there active non-stop 24/7. They're gonna be going up against one another. Then right after that, we're looking at Fennep versus Lendley. Then we have over to Captain Sheena and so on and so forth. I mean, today's games are gonna be insane.
I mean, Blinky Zigzag is a banger to start it off, but I also quite look forward to Debray versus Kratzu. Kind of want to see how that matchup goes. And maybe even Clement Trichter could be a good watch, because Trichter is also not safe right now.
Oh, it's good.
Nobody's safe.
Good.
Nobody's safe.
You know what? It's almost as if, I feel like had we replayed the World League 20 times, we would still come down to a point where the last 2 weeks, especially, I mean, next week as well, it's always going to go down to the wire. It's always going to be incredibly close. And, well, this week is no different. Who would have it any other way? I hope you guys are excited for it. I know we sure are, to get these matches underway, because there really is a whole hell of a lot of great GeoGuessr coming your way. And we're kicking it off right now with Blinky versus Zigzag. Now, talk to me. I mean, I feel like they both go without needing introduction, but for the new viewers out there, Ziggy, we'll do it anyway. Talk to me a bit about these guys.
I mean, what can I say about Blinky? Probably the LeBron James of GeoGuessr, 88% win rate. He has 1 goal left in mind. We do see him on 94 points. He has 4 matches left, which means he can reach that magical number of 100 points. And I feel like he will do it. Meanwhile, you know, Consus and RC cannot get 100 points. So if he gets it, I feel like it would be a cherry on top for him. So let's see if he can do it or get closer to it by winning against Zigzag.
This is going to be insane. It's going to be a good matchup. I'm a little worried that it could be a matchup where if you aren't tuned in yet, well, feels bad, man, because this could be over in like 3 minutes. We know Zigzag likes to play it fast, but will he get a chance to here as we get into game number 1? And what better place to start than Blinky finding his home country? We'll see if he gets the pin it right.
Yeah, we see Zigzag, as you mentioned, going with the tactic to go fast, but they are in similar areas, so it seems like Zigzag not with the worst guess.
Nope.
But
Zigzag, we know, is a, at least according to himself, much more comfortable player when it comes to no movement in NPC, or at least he prefers those game modes. And then going up against arguably the best moving player in the world, and Blinky is obviously something you kind of want to get over and done with quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You have to do it. At one point, you do face Blinky in the league. For Zigzag, it's, you know, towards the end of the league. But he is also like 10th place, I think, so he also wants to get away from those places to guarantee his qualification for the World Championship.
He's scanning for the city name here. Does he maybe have it? I didn't get to see it in time, but it was clear that as soon as he saw the city name, he figured, I know the area that this city is going to be in, and indeed he does. Up towards the north. Off to a great start here is our reigning world champion Blinky, who today is playing no Beanie Blinky mode. That's not often we get to see that, but we'll see if maybe the no Beanie Blinky is waking up stronger here.
I mean, he's off to a good start. I mean, already took off 1.5k health of Zigzag. And that was only 2 rounds with low multipliers, so it only gets worse from here for Zigzag, or better. We shall see. We are in urban Brazil here. Both of them will try to find those precious area codes. We do like to see them in Brazil because they're ordered in a very nice way. Blinky found a sign, but that did not look like it contained any helpful information.
It's a rare occasion that Blinky gets to spend 30 seconds in moving. I had a chat with him 2 weeks ago. We were talking about the fact that, I mean, it's whenever people play moving against Blinky, he gets, like, he really wants to, like, pinpoint, you know, spend time on the rounds, but he never gets a chance to because people try to play fast against him. This time around, though, a little out of the ordinary between these two playstyles, at least. It's actually Blinky to get the guess in first. Did you see an area code? Is that what he bases it on?
Yeah, he saw the 14. The 10s are in Sao Paulo. Meanwhile, Zigzag also found one, so both of them will be rather close. Seems like Blinky has memorized the order of the numbers a bit better for the area codes in Sao Paulo, but it's only really a minor mistake.
Yeah.
But against Blinky, it adds up. Minor mistakes add up.
Exactly. The thing is, I mean, normally in the playstyle that that Zigzag is putting on it. Ooh, is Blinky fast again?
Yeah, he found another phone code in Japan, and they're also very ordered. Meanwhile, Zigzag is looking at the pole plate, making his guess based off that. And it seems like they're both in the same city, in Kumamoto.
Yeah.
So no points here, I'd say.
They've both gotten it. But that's the thing, right? Zigzag wants the multipliers to stack. He wants... he doesn't mind taking 110 damage here and there. The issue is he took a lot of damage early on, as you noticed, as you mentioned as well, Siggy. He wants those multipliers up high with his quick guesses, because then, I mean, all he needs is the opponent to make one fatal mistake, and that could be GG. But against a guy like Blinky, usually that just does not happen. Did he get the city already? He might actually.
Yeah, it seems like
they both did.
They both. It was on a sign, and as you said, he wants the multipliers to stack up because... You know what he's not gonna do? He's not gonna beat Blinky on consistency in moving. He's not gonna do that. That is not possible for him, quite frankly. But he can beat him. But maybe not in France, because we're back
another
in
France round. Not easy. 3.5 times multipliers. Zigzag is still sat at 3,600 health, so has enough space to maneuver, you'd argue, in a country like France. We'll get the guess in first, just on the northwestern side of Lyon. We'll see if Blinky opts to follow. No, he's gonna go further north. Nope, now jumping back down again.
Yep, adjusting his guess, but what an adjustment it was.
One of those where a plunk in the middle would have maybe gotten you the closest. It's rare, but we do see some very intentional center sense every now and again. And this time around would have been one of them.
Yeah, and we did see Zigzag throwing his hands up, being like, yeah, what am I supposed to do here? Meanwhile, we do move to the neighbor of France, which is Germany. And we see a quick send by Zigzag this time, because it seems like he is not comfortable moving against Blinky again. Now the question is, did Blinky find anything helpful?
Might have. Regardless, they're gonna be within the same distance, and once again, Blinky stays flawless through 7 rounds against Zigzag, who in himself is a very, very capable player. So Blinky putting on a really, really good show here in the first game of moving.
Yeah, even though Zigzag doesn't prefer to move, he still has a pretty decent win rate in the World League in moving. But he usually wins against opponents that are not Blinky, and now he's playing him, so...
Yep.
Not an easy one.
Averages, I mean, all their averages have been sitting in the 45, 4600s. These two players are both incredibly talented. Now let's see. Round number 8, a lot of multipliers going on. This is where Zigzag could potentially get damage done. Issue is he's giving Blinky a lot of time, and I think Blinky might have it once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it says on that sign, but he seemed very confident with it. It says municipality of Tupi. So I don't know if he just knows that.
Maybe he does. We're about to find out. Zigzag leans back in the chair, knowing that he's probably not gonna get it. Blinky, GG. 5 kilometers off, 6,000 damage done. Now reigning world champion takes game number 1.
No mercy by Blinky. They're not losing a single point.
Wow.
In the moving game. I mean, what can you really
9-round
say?
flawless against Zigzag. That is not something you see too often. But if there's a guy to do it, that is a man on your left. As we now hop into no move.
Yeah, we see no big reaction by Blinky, just another day on the job. Casual, flawless.
Casual, flawless. Worst thing is you're not even wrong, but let's see. Oh, had they been just 30 meters down the road, you could have read a lot more on that sign. It's where you need your home cinema in 4K just to play GeoGuessr on, so that you can get even closer to the text. Because that's how pixels work.
Yeah, that's definitely how it works, right? I was like,
Enhance. Have you ever seen like CSI and all those shows? Just
Yeah, I'm
enhance.
Back in the day, I was like, yeah, that definitely works. But now I realize, okay, that was a lot of baloney.
Oh yeah, the art of enhancing. Let's continue this one though. As Zigzag, first points he's gonna get on the board. At least first damage he's gonna get done. It's blinking out. No longer chance to play flawless back to back.
I mean, Zigzag is flawless in this game. Obviously, wow, the prediction is swaying massive towards Zigzag's side here. Not sure why, but it seems like Blinky does not like to guess Colombia.
Well, Zigzag was quick to put his pin down north side of Bogota, but hasn't quite committed to anything just yet. Blinky is now all the way down towards the Ecuadorian? I don't know, Ecuadorian? Is that what the word is?
Equator?
The Ecuador border? I don't even know. Ecuadorian is what I'm gonna call it now, but that's probably wrong. The Equi border, and he knew. He knew the city, 2.5 kilometers out. Doesn't matter if it's move or no move. Now,
I don't know how.
Tied up.
To be honest, don't know how he did it, but what a guess.
There we go. Into round 3. What do you see here, Siggy?
Yeah, very interesting. We do have a black car, but it does seem like we are in Mexico, judging by this poll. So I don't know where that would put me, because usually you don't get it towards Chiapas. So both of them will probably not go there. I quite like Blinky's guess, but it's always easy to say I like Blinky's guess when he's somewhat confident, you know?
Whenever he guesses first, like, yeah, that's probably a 5k. Or close there too. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. And Siggy does move in close. Not close enough though. Blinky on point once again. And again, we need to go back to Zigzag's playstyle. Of course, taking damage off some guests is fine. But you also have to be able to stay alive all the way to the high multipliers. And right now, Blinky putting on a masterclass of not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, that last guess, the last 2 guesses were quite insane. And don't know how he got the town in Ecuador. And not in Ecuador, but near Ecuador. And I also have no clue how he got the last round. So, yeah, it's looking like a Blinky masterclass, as you said.
Definitely. I can tell you that it is actually Ecuadorian. I just did not know that as... Oh, okay, I thought he 5k'd it. But they were both there. And this is one of those rounds where, as difficult as it is, because when do you ever get a guy like Blinky, or Zigzag for that matter, 800 kilometers off? That's probably one of those rounds where Zigzag was like, oh, that was my one slip up on him. Like, that was my one chance where I could have gotten some big points.
Yeah, but it also looked like where they were guessing, so it's very hard to go against your instinct, and you don't want to question every single guess you'd make, because that will only hurt your confidence in the long run, I feel like.
Exactly. Back towards Japan we go. At least according to the very edge we could see of that pole there. And Blinky, Zigzag's initial cursor. Blinky is there to follow as well. What are they basing off? It's just foliage alone?
Yeah,
seems like it
foliage
is.
alone.
Tricky one, but Zigzag able to get some much needed points here. 2,400 damage done to Blinky, now putting him up ahead.
You know, just for perspective, I just looked at the stats, and Blinky is on a 14-game win streak. So he hasn't lost a game in 14 games. That is insane.
That's also, I mean, he was sat in the pile.
Wow, we have 2 completely different guesses.
Yeah.
Completely different. We are like 5,000 kilometers away. We are in the same country, though. It is Russia. Zigzag with an insta-guess. Blinky zooming out. He's thinking about it. Oh! He switched!
The last second readjustment all the way up there, and he wins it anyway! Wow. The laugh emote, I mean, Zigzag does not know what was about to happen. You can see it on Blinky's face too. He's like, ooh, that almost got scary for a second.
Yeah, Blinky checking the stream real quick and seeing, wait, Zigzag guessed there. Oh yeah, it's there, guys. So, okay, he guesses it, but not only guessed in the west, he's also on the correct road.
Before you guys think that might be the case, even though we just say it for fun, there is a delay on the game, so they that's not possible. Don't worry, don't give Chad any crazy ideas. You can't just give them the fuel, the oil for the pitchforks and torches. You know, can't have that happen.
I can't really call out somebody who has won 2 World Cups in GeoGuessr in person. Not really possible to cheat there, if you ask me.
That is true. Zigzag, first one. Put it down towards the northeast of Spain. Blinky is further towards the south. This is yet another big one. Could
That's
actually
enough?
be game and most likely will be. Yes, it does. Zigzag, able to stay alive for long enough to get Blinky shaken. And now, it is a 1-1. So 15 game win streak. Not gonna happen for Blinky.
Yeah, I mean, 15 game or matches. I get confused between match and game. So he did win the 14 last matchups against the opponent.
Ah, okay.
It could be 2-1,
Okay, that's
it
a
could be
different
2-0.
story.
That's a different story, you know, but still.
I thought you said he 2-0'd 7 times in a row. That'd be pretty insane.
I mean, he might, you know.
It could
might
be
be
the
the case. He might 14 games 2-0'd.
Yeah. Now,
But we do go NPC.
yeah, now it's an NPC. This is all they get. That's why you can only see the foreheads and the hair, because their faces are glued to the monitors. They don't get to zoom in. They don't get to turn the camera around. All they do is get to stare at this image, get as many clues as they can, and guess based on that.
And already we do see a big difference. We see a Java guess and a Kalimantan guess. Java quite risky. We do see this roof, which doesn't have any tiles, which is usually the case in Java. So Zigzag maybe with the better guess, but in Java anything is possible. In these.
When Blinky locks in first, he's usually not far off. This one, not going to be the case either. Of course, some distance to it, but Zigzag further off. As he takes a pretty big chunk of damage. 1,200, or something like 1,400 at that in round 1.
Yeah, and we do move to Zigzag's home country of Australia here. We do see the bollard on the left side of the road. Maybe a bit hard to see actually, but
Yeah,
I can imagine it. I can imagine
there's a pixel or
it being
two.
one.
Melbourne sent by Zigzag out towards the eastern suburbs.
Yeah,
See if
quite far
Blinky opts
south
to
here.
follow. He's down there with him.
Yeah,
Both gonna
not
be
even in Australia he's safe anymore against Blinky. What can he really do?
You're not safe anywhere. You're going up against Blinky.
Fair enough.
Ooh, beautiful location. Looks very US West Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, does seem like the highway going on the coast here, as we do see both of them trying to line up something.
It's a straight east to west wrap on the road. You can kind of see with the compass down in the bottom left. So makes sense that they're trying to find these bends. It's Blinky. I mean, there's like 2,000 of them to pick and choose from, and I don't really get a whole lot to work with, but it doesn't matter. Oh my! Did he change last second? Was he actually on the 5K?
Yeah, that almost looked like he was on the 5K and then switched last second to something he liked a bit more, but
Wow.
yeah.
Blinky, man. The art of leaving me speechless. You've done it too many times now.
As we go into India, and maybe this is what Zigzag needs, but it seems like they both have figured out it's in the northeast. We do see a few pine trees on the right, which is, I think, near something you would see near Bhutan. So that's where both of them are looking. They're both in the same... Oh, wait. Zigzag switched
Yeah.
a lot.
Hasn't fully committed yet. Still 5 seconds to readjust, but he's all the way up towards the north. Now jumping back again. Maybe doing it for show, doing it for the fans out there. But he is going to commit to the east, and good on him for doing so, because not only did he get back in spot, he also wins the round. 600 damage done. No flawless for Blinky as we go into round 5.
Yeah, that could have been a massive round for Zigzag if he wasn't playing against somebody who also got that round. Seemed like a pretty tricky one. As we go into this should be a pretty straightforward Latvia. We do see the hooks on the poles. Both of them will definitely go Latvia here.
Oh, still 3 times multipliers. Damage could be abound, but no big distance in between their guesses, at least not thus far. As, oh, are we technically it? No, it's right on the border.
Yeah, it should be Latvia, but might
Could
need the
be.
VAR here.
That a pole have snuck its way across the border. You never know.
I mean, it happens. It happens sometimes. As we see this, oh wow.
Quick guess come through in Colombia for Blinky. Zigzag yet to even open the map. 9 seconds left to work with.
Yeah, we see a quite confident send here by Blinky, and he might think that it's a hard round. That's why he insta-sent, but seems like Zigzag will also end up in the western part of Colombia.
Yeah, right next to one another. Blinky, though, closer as the multipliers keep on stacking. 600 damage done since Zigzag down just under 2,000 health. As now into round 7.
And we do see a New Zealand round here. Something Zigzag has studied a bit, but in this round there is not much to go off. My immediate guess was Napier, just judging by the hill to the south, but it could be a lot. Could be Tauranga, could be... Yeah, it could be a lot.
Yep, with 4 times multipliers, the distance in between your guesses here could come with quite the cost.
Yeah, for some reason I like Napier, but it's really hard to tell.
Until these are, they're both trying to figure it out too. Had they been more comfortable with it, they would have probably guessed already, but 40 seconds already run off the clock, just 20 remaining.
Yeah, urban New Zealand is very, very hard. This time at least you have some type of landscape to the left. But other than that, you basically have to vibe it out here. Should be North Island though with the big house. As we see them both in the same city.
Late login. Oh,
late switch!
Swap last second. Let's see if it's going to come to call. Oh! He jumps off 400 kilometers out, and it's not going to be game. But oh my god, we talked about it before, how Zigzag, whenever he gets a chance to punish mistakes, has to do it. And how many times have we seen the last second adjustments from Blinky where it's come to help him? This time around, though, works against him.
Yeah, that was very, very last second switch. Literally the very last one. As we see a turkey around here with snow everywhere, which is usually the case in the very, very far east. Very far east, even more east than both of them are right now. So I quite like Zigzag's guess here.
Let's see.
That's usually
Blinky, that's first one to log in. 341 health on 4.5 times multipliers.
I really like Zigzag's guess here. This might be the game for him.
Could be. Could very well be. Let's see if he's going to take it home against the world champion. He is! Jumps out of the chairs, happy as can be. 2 points garnered against Blinky, your world champion of last year. What a comeback. Blinky going flawless through moving. And then Zigzag swings back and nets himself the next 2 games.
Yeah, I kind of jinxed Blinky there by saying he didn't lose in 14 games. The win streak has come to an end, and the final opponent was Zigzag, the end boss. But we did see the very last second switch, very heartbreaking for Blinky in New Zealand. And then the guess in Turkey by Zigzag was also quite nice. But
yeah, I mean, whenever the rounds went against him, it kind of went back to back on those rounds where it seemed like you were thrown off a little bit, and then whenever you're not, I mean, obviously we can't take anything away from the world champion, but it's just kind of interesting that it was back-to-back rounds that ended up being the fatal ones. But now, with that game done, let's head straight into match number 2 of the day, where Fennep is taking on Lenly.
Would you look at it, who it is? It might be the fan favorite Lenly from Germany coming in. Going against Fennep here. Fennep is qualified for the APAC Major, as we see him in 22nd place. Meanwhile, Lenly, 13th place, and as I said, he wants to get to that top 12, maybe even 10th place before the Major start, because you want to get as far away as possible from the 12th place to qualify for the World Championship.
Exactly. It's a big one for Lenly, of course. I mean, I had a chat with him a few weeks back talking about how he never really won moving rounds, but as we found out, he has a new PC now, as you told me last week, Ziggy. He has a new PC now, and he won a moving game with his new PC, so who knows? Maybe Move is his new home turf as we get into game number 1.
Well, you know, I would agree with you, but he is facing Fennep, and he is known for his fierce moon. And can we just talk about the hat today? Can we talk about the hat?
The hat and the suit. He's living up.
A hat.
Living up to his suit. Where is?
Wait, Lenly is also wearing one. Like a suit.
You know what? Maybe he knew. Maybe he knew. This is we're doing corporate GeoGuessr now, guys.
Yeah,
you can only play if you're a CEO of a multi-million-dollar company, like both Fennep and Lenly are. Fennly missed his wings, but you can make an argument that the green behind him does kind of look like the wings on his avatar. I'm not seeing a snorkel, but I respect it anyway.
Yeah, now that you say it, the plants do look like the wings he has on his avatar. That is quite hilarious. But
it's Hitman GeoGuessr, because they're so good at pinpointing the exact locations. That's what we need. Let's see. What type of extra brain does Fennep store up there in the hat? He's gonna go north side Mexico City, and it's gonna work out for him.
And that is quite the start for Fennep, already taking off 2k points basically off Lenley, and he can be happy because he only lost 2k and it was round 1, because in any other round he loses a substantial amount.
Train tracks.
Train tracks.
See them. They were the meta 2 weeks ago. Maybe they'll be again. As Lendy, this is again one of those weird cases of do you go one way or do you go the other in a game of move. You can see Lendy has 62, has 82 as well, but Fennep hasn't gotten that info at all, despite it just being the other way, and now he might go down the other route instead. He does indeed.
He finds it, but is he quick enough with the scanning to find it in 5 seconds?
I like the readjustment. As soon as Lendy got his guess in, Fennep went back to start, because he was like, wait, if he can already I didn't get any good info going my way, so if Lendy already got it, he must have found something quickly going the other way. So he went back, spun around, went the other direction, got the info, but as you said, a bit too late on it.
Yeah, just a bit too late, and he did start scanning in the wrong region. We did have a Texas round there, and he started scanning in Kansas. But it's obviously very hard to do that, to scan the right region instantly. As we see, we spawn on train tracks again. Funnily enough.
Always.
We're back in Mexico, and we did see Fennep taking a nice guess in round 1. So let's see if he can continue that.
Would be nice. When in doubt, go Mexico City. Don't think Lendy's in doubt here, though, as they're both going to go in and around that area. And both going to be incredibly close to the target. Fennep, though, a little bit closer. Will come up victorious in this round. And also, as you just mentioned real quick, I don't know if it's going to seep through the microphone, but if you do hear bonks in the background, apparently my next door neighbor, or apartment neighbor, is trying to figure out how a hammer works. And it does so by smashing it into a wall, which usually is the way it goes. So I'm sorry for any audible inconveniences that might occur.
I haven't heard anything yet.
That's good. Good sign. Good
As we see, both of them finding information for Pernambuco. One has an area code, the other one found the actual name of the state.
Useful.
But we did see
handy, but Lendy doesn't seem too happy with his guess now. Hand to the head, a little shake of the head there too.
Let's see. I mean, not the worst outcome. He was pretty upset. Maybe because he thought it was more eastern than where he was guessing. He guessed in a very
Maybe he
fast
figured
southwest.
out the actual city just a second after putting his guess in. Nonetheless, good round for him as we now go into round number 5.
That probably is the single worst feeling in GeoGuessr, guessing and then seeing what you were looking for. That might be the worst feeling ever. As we see, another US round, it seems like. And who can find the info here first? We are in an urban environment and we do have an area code 887. Not sure if that's a regional one. Prescott is the town name. Any
Prescott representatives in chat, let us know.
Very good
Kansas City
for
Chiefs
Lendy.
Flag underneath the US flag over there to the left.
That's the Arkansas flag.
Oh, there's an Arkansas flag. Look like Kansas City Chiefs.
And we have an Oklahoma, which is... And it seems like Fennep didn't see the state highway sign. It's right to the left of his screen. As we see, Lendy is a bit further panned to the left. And he does see the Arkansas outline. And
any 5Ks? There's a chance to line it up. Still got 2 seconds to work with. Looks for the road. Can't quite find it in time, but he for sure is going to be on point. Indeed, he is 500 kilometers off on the side of Fennep. Could be enough for game, and indeed, it will be. Lendy takes game number 1.
Yeah, Fennep finding information there, but not taking that 1 extra second to maybe look whether there's another sign inside that has the state outline, and it did in Lendy's case. But
good comeback for Lendy as well, considering the fact that he took 2,000 damage round 1. That's usually not something you come back from that convincingly. But nice turnaround as we now go into no move.
Yeah, and we spawn on Alberta bollards here. We do see the double black on top. Both of them will know we are starting very, very easy.
Zoom in comes through from Fennep. Has a road. I mean, with the angle and the bend on the right, he might actually have something here.
Ooh,
Could
Lendy
be cooking underneath
is very
that hat.
far north. I don't think the road he's on has coverage like this. It's usually summer. So I would prefer to go a bit further south. He is in the furthest north part of But now he switches further south. Okay, I like it.
Both going up and down the road. I mean, Fennep has been on the same road for quite a while now. To just going up and down and trying to see if there's anything that lines up. Was
nice
a bit further up towards the north, though. Lenny able to put it down.
Yeah, very nice switch by Lenny there. Is going way further south than he started off. And it seems like we're back, at least in the Americas.
Yeah.
Now the question is, can you figure out whether it's the US or Canada? We do have a straight north road, which is usually an indicator for the US. And the road quality almost feels like Illinois, Iowa. But obviously, pretty hard to guess.
Definitely. A lot of open spaces. Remove the antennas and the road lines, and you could be in Denmark.
Yellow line?
Yeah, so remove the road markers.
Oh, road marker.
Oh, road lines. I mean, whatever you wanna call them. You know what we mean. As,
markers, you meant like bollards.
well, those two, all of them. Remove everything. As Lindy does get the closer guess, remaining flawless through round 2.
And finally, a bit of a bigger country that we could see a lot of points being dealt here. We do have a lot of acai palms, which makes a lot of sense where Lenny is guessing. Meanwhile, Fennep, I don't think it's there.
All the way down towards the Bolivian border. Fennep, instant reaction there as well, realizing he was way off at all. Gets to stay alive. But with this scare little grin from Lenley, going, okay, that's how we play. You get one more chance, Fennep.
Yeah, Lenley putting the pressure on there, and Fennep making not the best guess there. A lot of vegetation there to work with, as we are in Finland for round 4.
What tells you Finland over Sweden, Norway? Because Fennep goes Sweden. I was thinking Sweden as well. I mean,
actually, we have a white car. We have a white car, which should be only Sweden and not even Norway.
Okay.
At least it looks white. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes in lighting situations like this, where the sun is very low. Could be
a hedge between two countries by Lenley. Could be a qualified put down, but nonetheless was a bit further towards the north. Oftentimes talking about how Sweden is a very, very difficult country to kind of pin some of these dirt roads on out of the open, because despite the country being very long, it doesn't really vary a whole lot in the nature.
Yeah, you would expect for the trees to be a lot shorter in the north, but sometimes it's really not the case. So it really makes for a very hard country to guess, as we go into standard Bulgaria here with the correct road.
Is that just the definition of Bulgarian roads? They're never good.
They are never good. In Europe, usually consider always Hungary and Bulgaria with bad pavement.
Fair enough. If there's anyone that needs a job, go make a pavement company in one of those two countries and you're gonna be golden. Enough?
Oh no! 18 HP and a dream.
Oh, Fennep stays in it. You can see Lenley's face like, come on, man, just let me get this game over with. Because the thing is, even at 18 health, Fennep can still turn this around. Multiplier is starting to get high enough that it could come to bite him. Lenley really wants the 3 points here. Does not want to have it go into an NPC.
Yeah, he definitely wants the 3 points. We see a few tuk-tuks there, and we do have a big mountain to the south there. Fennep lining up something in Luzon. I did not think of Luzon because of the tuk-tuks. I was thinking maybe Mindoro.
It's the head. He has one more, like he has 1 extra health in the head. That's what it is. A spare life.
Yeah, definitely gives him some kind of buff.
Is down south now.
I prefer south, but not that far south. Like,
we'll see. Lenley literally has to be like 10 meters closer to the target in order to take down Fennep. So we'll see if the distance is going to be enough, as it does move a little bit further towards the north. Has some leeway with almost 6k health still to work with. This is going to be closer, and finally out victorious as he found yet another pair of glasses. And why not double it up? Do we get the triple from Lenley? We get ourselves the triple from Lenley. Why have a hat?
Oh, it's the Germany flag. Wait.
That's what it was. It was the German flag in glasses.
I was
How
like,
nice
what is he putting on? Like, why is he putting on 3? But that makes a lot of sense. Schwarz-Rot Gold.
Even Finnev is laughing.
Yes, sir.
Might be seeing this as well. Finnev takes off his hat for Lindley in respect of having fallen to the German player. Great matchup here by the two. Great showmanship by both these two suit-wearing pro players.
Yeah, I did quite like the outfit, and I also quite like Lindley taking 3 points. A very, very important point as we go to the later stages. I mean, I can't really say later stages. There's literally only today and next weekend.
It is
and
true.
Then it's over.
Not a whole lot to work with as we do get a little bit of a bonus game. Oh, like to see that. A little bit of a bonus game. Captain Eamon playing. Captain already up 1-0. Eamon down to 2,500 health here in round 6. This could be over right here. Effectively, if Captain gets a good guess in. Because ooh, Captain is in central Peru, but seems like Eamon is all the way down towards the south border.
Yeah, this is definitely not an easy round to guess. I did not think of Bolivia here off the bat. As we see Eamon kind of eyeing Bolivia there, but he will probably stay.
Would be something fun in us coming in, showing a game just to show one round, and then GG. Okay, GG, next game.
Yeah, GG's.
The ultimate summary of matchups as Captain will be the first one to log in. Inland from Lima. Looks like Eamon is in the nearby vicinity as well. It's gonna be even further north. Okay, Eamon gotta be happy that he didn't up to go all the way south on that one.
Yeah, he can definitely be happy to stay alive there, but not really sure how you get the northern vibe there. Did quite look a lot like Bolivia. As we go into an Argentina round, which, you know, a lot of people know every road, so I can expect someone to get the road correct here.
I'm just seeing Mars. I don't know. Maybe with a hint of Jupiter, I'm not sure. Maybe not Jupiter. Of all planets I could mention. Probably not the big gas ball.
Yeah, maybe not, but also I didn't think Mars has chevrons on it. So
Oh, you don't know that. That's the other side of Mars. We just haven't
Maybe.
explored that yet. Yeah, we don't have coverage there yet.
funnily enough, both on the same road, both near Lago Posadas. As we see Eamon trying to line something up, and it seems like he found something he likes and locks it in.
Yep, locks it in indeed. Captain with a chance to win the game here. It's going to be closer, but distance not quite far enough. Still, though, taking half of Eamon's remaining health, or a little over that actually, now setting him up just above 500.
Yeah, not even a bad guess there by Eamon, but Captain just closer.
This is where you can turn it around, though. Stats won't give him the benefit. But let's see if maybe Eamon can pull out something. I was going to say pull out of the hat, but that's Philip that does that here in Russia.
Yeah, we are in Russia and it's winter, so that's usually in the west. Doesn't seem like far south to me, so definitely along the lines of Tambov to Kazan is kind of the region where you would consider this to be in. As we see, both of them pretty similar in guess. Not very far apart. It's kind of hard to see on their screen because they're so far zoomed in. But yeah, southeast of Moscow, I mean, basically on each other.
Yeah. Still, though, distance doesn't have to be more than, what, 50-some kilometers for Eamon to fall. So, could very well be enough. For the end of this game, we'll see if Captain's going to get it. 2 seconds left to go. They're going to let it run all the way down, or at least close there, too, as Captain is going to be closer by 1 kilometer. That's not
1 kilometer.
But you can see even 1 kilometer
points.
is still 22 damage with the multipliers.
Yeah, and we did see Eamon was further north at the start. And then he switched down to make a bit of a better hedge. And it seems like we are in Serbia.
Captain looking towards the north. Eamon there to join him.
Not something Eamon wants to see here, really. He wants to have big countries where he can gain points, because he is not only losing, almost losing, but he's also down a lot of points, so he can't really hope of just staying alive and winning, because he only has 2 rounds left.
Yeah.
And after this, basically, if he survives, he only has 1 round left, realistically.
Quick math.
Quick maths.
If you have 2 rounds, and then after that you have 1. You heard it here first, guys. We are smart.
2 minus 1 is 0.
And Eamon will win the round, but as you said, not going to really amount to a whole lot. 1100, still nice. But now, it's round 10. For those of you guys who might not know, this is where it all ends. This is the final round. So, should Captain stay ahead after this round, he will be considered the winner of it. Eamon needs to do at least 3,300 damage, or close there to Captain, in order to turn this one around.
Yeah, we do see them both zooming onto Poland. Now the question is, where does Eamon commit? Because he has to commit either far northwest or far southeast here.
Yeah, exactly. You have to go on the edge, because if Captain just does what he does right here, that's kind of the safe play. Put it right in the middle, and then you limit it in distance. And actually going to be right about it too. It was never going to be that much damage regardless. So Captain out victorious 2-0 over Eamon, who, I mean, we came into the match late, but it didn't really seem like Eamon really had a big chance of clawing back in that one.
Yeah, and the second one, definitely not, but it was just a bonus game for us to take a quick look into this before heading into the break, so might as well, you know, some extra content.
Yeah, the more the merrier, the more GeoGuessr games, the better. That's what I'd say, but what an insane first seed of games. We get Zigzag taking out Blinky, then we get Lindley 2-0ing Fennep, Captain 2-0ing Eamon as well, and then interesting result coming in on the off-stream match. Marta taking down Finbar 2-1. We saw Marta was there right on the cusp, needing some big points, and well, at least he got 2 against Finbar.
Yeah, he was not expecting to gain a lot of points against Finbar, but not only get points, he also won the game. So 2 points for Marta, very important.
Not gonna complain about that whatsoever. We are gonna go to a short break now, though, before we come back with Captain and Sheena playing. So stick around, and we'll see you guys in just a few.
Dear fans of GeoGuessr, it's time for us to explore the world. Come and support your favorite players as they fight it out in the virtual boxing ring. The prize? A ticket to the World Cup. This year's major locations are Japan, inside the iconic Tokyo Tower. United States at DreamHack Dallas, one of the largest gaming festivals in the world. And finally, Sweden at the newest gaming festival, Glitched, in Jönköping. Go to geoguessr.com/World Cup for more information. We will see you there.
I got a chance to see Blinky lift the trophy after that insane grand final. With 2025 right around the corner, I have an idea.
GeoGuessr 2025 World Cup? Denmark? Let me show you what Copenhagen has to offer. We have historic buildings, world-class dining. We got the best beer in the world. Presumably. I welcome you to Copenhagen and the KB Hall, the venue of the 2025 GeoGuessr World Cup Finals.
back and ready with more GeoGuessr coming your way. We just saw before the break who was going to play. It's going to be Captain and Sheena. We just saw Captain, or at least, well, half a match of Captain, beating Eamon. And it seemed like he was in pretty good shape. But I will say, though, Siggy, Sheena has been looking incredibly good as of late. So it's going to be a tough competition for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to go up against Sheena at the point in time because he has been tearing through the league. But also... Yeah. Captain, 2-0ing Eamon, not an easy opponent, and at least from what we saw, it was an easy matchup for him, but we shall see how he fares against Sheena. Not going to be that easy.
No, definitely not. Definitely will not be. I still think back to, I had a chat with Captain when he played the show match at DreamHack last year. He said that when he was so nervous, it was all this pressure on, and he wasn't very, in depth with some of the things and whatnot. I was like, bro, just chill, have a good time, go out, do your best. And it seems like that's been his mantra for this whole tournament, because he really has been doing his best, and it's been showing. He's still quite a decent spot on the overall leaderboard, but of course want to make it even better. Here, you have the statistics: 59, 59 to 39.
59, 59, and sadly 39. Not that
pretty
slow.
Insane. If you had an average guessing time of 59 seconds, that'd be kind of impressive.
So if you average out 56 and 62 on Sheena's side, you also end up on 58.
Oh.
So yeah, this couldn't be a closer matchup if you ask me. As we see, 2 points are between those two. Captain 1 game less played, and as we see,
Sheena is all the way up in 8th place. I didn't even realize. He was sat down in the 20th somethings for quite a while, and then he's just been flying up.
Yeah, he has been cooking lately. He won 8 out of the last 10 games, so that is not the form you want to play him.
Oh no, not at all. As we see them here, head to head, getting ready for the match. It's the Sharkhead versus the Swedish hockey player, I guess. That's my best way of describing them. As we now go into game number 1, already started. Captain zooming down the streets.
Yep, already a political poster inside as we are in Mexico. Now, it looks quite interesting because we do have the 6 starting area code. So that means we're going to be in the Northwest, Sonora, Baja, California. Now you just have to narrow it down. Pretty easy, right?
Pretty easy for some, potentially. For me, not so much. We'll see if they're going to be able to or not. Some Captain, first one to get the guess in. Sheena, out on the peninsula. We'll go further towards the south. And this is going to be all the way down there. Nice last-second readjustment.
Yeah, he got closer and closer with every single click. That was quite the path to victory.
And that's usually how it does. He gets a guess in, and then he kind of clickety-click around for a while, as we do get the next round here in Canada. Thank you, internet domain. Oh, Sheena lost the internet domain by moving. Unfortunate.
The internet domain. We should be in BC, judging by the massive mountain next to us. And where else would that be?
Where else would that be? Well, Captain seems sure that it's close to the Kanaka Bar. Go there for a quick party, then go to Falls Creek afterwards. Have fun. Sheena, is that just northeast of Vancouver? And it is going to be Captain actually almost able to 5K that location.
Yeah, I did not expect Kanaka Bar to actually be a place name. Only in Canada.
I guess so.
In general, I feel like the US and Canada have some very interesting place names.
Oh, they do.
I have seen every single European town has a copycat in the Americas.
And those are the logical ones. Just Google city names in Texas. You'll get it. If you think you can come up with weird names by yourself, oh my, are you in for a surprise when you see what actual city names are called in the US?
Yeah, oh me, oh my. As we go onto a Turkey round here, or no, it's Bulgaria, never mind. They use very similar bins, but in Turkey they are quite helpful because they usually tell you the place name. In Bulgaria, they haven't adopted that system yet. They should. At least for us Geo players.
I can tell you there's a city in New Mexico called Truth or Consequences. And there's a city in Maryland called Accident.
Oh.
And a city in Texas called Ding Dong. So, there you have it. A lot of good names for cities.
Ding Dong.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's my favorite city.
Sheena, gonna be close up once again. 1100 damage in round 3. Starting to feel the hurt here as captain, but of course, as long as you're set above 4k, you're still going to be pretty comfortable, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, it seems like Captain also adapted the system of taking a sip of water after every guess. A very common occurrence these days on the pro players. Maybe just, you know, like a ritual mental reset after every round. Kind of like something to do, because otherwise you just wait there for 5 seconds. As we see, we are in Quezon, which should be southeast of Manila. And seems like Sheena found it.
Yeah. Able to get the login. Now he has the time to lean back, get a drink. Is that iced tea? Looks a little bit like it.
Looks like Mezzo mix, but I don't think they have that in Japan.
Not going to be the case. And there you have it, Sheena. Close to target. 500 additional damage done to Captain, both in the right vicinity. But Sheena just unpointed. I mean, we said it coming into it. He's really been rocketing up that leaderboard. And doesn't seem like he's done anything to slow down yet.
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's not only he wants to perform well in the World League, he also wants to perform well in the majors coming up, because it's not that far down the road anymore. I mean, we are...
That is true.
1 week to go in the World League, and then we have 1 month of break, and then already the major start, and we have back-to-back weekends of APAC and Americas. So
that's true.
You might as well, you know, start grinding now, because time will go quicker than you think.
It's going to be a good time, that's for sure. As captain, first one to get the guess in, going to be right down the road. Both of them nearby. 21 damage done to captain. Nothing to write home about. Again, there's never going to be huge damage coming through in Netherlands, but still, could have been a 10k, but we weren't that lucky.
And we're back in Russia and back in winter coverage. So where was it again?
West. I heard what you said. I actually, as soon as you said it, I was like, huh, that's convenient info. Because usually whenever I get a Russia round, I just put my marker somewhere a little bit east of Moscow, and I press skip effectively. But this could be good info.
Quick little, you know, added information that only applies to Gen 4. There's
nice.
Gen 3 winter coverage in the east. So be aware of that.
Well, now you ruined it.
Yeah, I can't. But you, come on, you can tell the camera generations. I believe in you.
For the most part.
Anyways, it seems like nobody has won anything.
Oh, maybe some good info from Captain. Seeing the statue, a lot of names written down below. Could just be persons or people names, but could also have a city involved.
Yeah, both in the west, but we have one pretty fast southern guess. And that's going to be where it is.
Yeah, big damage come through with it. As the multipliers help out a bit there. Setting Captain up now by 1,400 points over Sheena. It's around 7 we go. And back to the America we go. The America.
We are back. The America, and we are in Quebec, judging by the bollard on the guardrail here. We also see 24 striped car. It should be one of the roads going towards the north in Quebec. As to which one exactly, just line it up. Can't be that hard, right? We also have French, so that confirms Quebec as well. A lot of meta available.
Definitely, but well, where do we go? Sheena, able to find, is that a road name? 18? Could very well be. 10 seconds left to work with, make it 13. Should be enough for them to get some good intel in, but only now. Is Captain opening up his map. They're both, I mean, practically in the same area. Sheena, though, continuously moving further up the coastline.
Yeah, he is going more and more north, and let's see if it pays off. It does not. It is the main road.
Ooh, big one. Big enough, actually, to come out victorious in the round. He was all the way down towards Quebec City initially. But, again, the micro readjustments there in the end got the better of him this time around.
Yeah, this time it did not pay off. But I do still like his guess, because that road he went on also has the exact same type of coverage, at least. So maybe it's like something in his head was like, yeah, wait, I've seen something very similar to this, and it kind of can mess with your judgment. Whether how far north it looks. This time did not pay off, but usually it does for Sheena.
That's true. Can't have him every time. We saw it with Blinky in the first game of today as well, where the last second readjustments. One round it helps him out massively. The other one it practically costs him the game. So now, going to no move. There's a red tint on the car. Could just be a rear light as well. Or brake light. Also have Tokulup.
Yeah, the red
And a windy
car.
harbor.
Yeah, windy harbor. Might scan for that one. You mentioned the red car that is usually found in Western Australia. There are some parts in the east, but it usually does not look like this. We are coastal somewhere, judging by the vegetation.
It's pretty brave calling a city windy harbor. What if it's not one day, you know?
I mean,
What if it's just calm? You change the name?
yeah, the funny part is Sheena scanned over this national park with the exact same name of the port in the top multiple times, but it's not what you are scanning for, so you might skip it.
Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be Captain closer. When it's a harbor, it's usually down by the water. And Captain able to get the login on that one.
Yeah, usually it's towards the water. That's true. Could also be on a river, though.
Yeah, well, that is true. River's big enough. Could have harbors on them, definitely.
As we
So now
go
going to round number 2. What do we have here?
a harbor.
That is true, potentially.
It looked like Newfoundland, though, with the rugged terrain.
Captain is out towards St. Pierre. Seems like Sheena's gonna join them as well. He's gonna go Newfoundland to Cormac. Maybe he knows what's up. Or Corner Brook. Or Deer Lake. What type of animal do you think live around there? So logical, all the city names.
Deer Lake.
Yeah, dear me, I don't know.
Maybe ants?
Moose, I think is the answer. Sheena getting his guess in first. It's gonna go Deer Lake. Is Captain gonna join him? No, a bit further towards the east. Continuously moving further towards the east, but it is gonna be up towards the north. And, 200 damage. Not gonna hurt too hard, as they're now set 10 points apart.
Yeah, we're starting off nice and calm. As we see, Oman round should be southern, because we do have the car completely blurred. And as we see, both of them instantly zooming into the south, so no big points here as well.
Yeah. 22.
Just too good.
Yet another 22-point round. We had one of them earlier. At that point, it was 1 kilometer apart they were, though. So a bit of a difference in the distances there. As you get a... My brain tells me Colombia, because the fences are fun, but it's probably not going to be right.
It is.
It is?
Yeah, you're the go.
Oh-ho! Toby
Where's the
learning
pole
things.
paint?
Like
But
to see
the
it.
landscape, very interesting one. And we
And then
see
Sheena goes Ecuador.
Ecuador by Sheena.
Did you just bait me?
I
Make
mean,
me feel good about
Captain
getting it
is
right,
also in
then I was
Cambodia,
wrong.
so if it's Ecuador, I'm very sorry, but this looks a lot like...
You know what?
Colombia.
Even if I guess Colombia and Ecuador round, I'd still be pretty proud of myself. We're all learning together, Chad. We're all learning together. It's all about vibes sometimes, and whenever there's weird, poor quality wooden fencing, usually I just insta-send Colombia.
Also with painted tops is also a pretty good meta for
True.
Colombia.
Well, Captain seems to be sticking. So does Sheena. Yes. Again, the micro readjustments sending him further up towards the border. Oh, he's not too happy with it. A brief prayer there as well, and it is going to be practically downtown Bogota.
Yeah, for some reason, some Colombia rounds just always end up near the capital city for no reason. As you saw, Sheena thinking about Colombia and praying there that it's just Ecuador.
Yeah. Should we go, plenty of cacti.
Yeah, we should be
Sends
somewhere near the
Captain to
Baja
Mexico.
Peninsula.
Yeah. What
No
sent you
questions?
there?
The cacti.
Cacti.
The cacti.
Cactuses?
No.
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 Stop talking, Sophie.
Could also be Kakteen, like in German.
Oh. I'm not even... Yeah. I'm not going to continue down that line. It's going to only get weirder from there. That's Captain. I mean, he seems very... I was going to say, seemed very comfortable jumping back and forth around the same kind of 10-kilometer mark. In the end, gets the guess in, but it was further down towards the south. Still, though, able to maintain a good lead over Sheena. Already up 1-0. But he wants to log it in now and finish this one off before Sheena gets a chance to come back.
And my call is both will get the correct road here. because they will.
This road is just so unique.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
roads in Russia that are this hilly, there's only like 2 of them, so
Fair enough.
why would you not learn them?
That is true. If there's only 2, it should be doable. Then again, if there's only 2, how often do you get them? Well, often enough.
A lot, a lot of times actually. You get this road so often.
Often enough. Since they do get them here as well. Worth learning. And Sheena able to do a bit of damage to Captain still, though. Sat down by half the health.
And we're back in Russia. Russia after Russia. Now this time it is not hilly, it is flat. Both of them zooming into St. Petersburg. Although, yeah, both downtown.
Downtown St. Petersburg. I have never been there, so I can't tell you fully confirmed that that is not what downtown St. Petersburg looked like. But I've seen images, and I think there were a few more houses and a few less trees on most of the images that I saw. As Sheena considering to go further towards the east, still 20 seconds to work with. Ooh, looking to go potentially all the way through the other side of the water. Captain gonna be the first one to log in. Sheena looking to see if there's any information that he's missed out on. But not gonna readjust, and it's gonna be all the way down south. They were in complete agreement as to where it was, but both off by quite the margin.
Yeah, the landscape felt very northern there. We are just in Bryansk for some reason. But we love to see it.
Can we just don't guess, guys? Give us some time here. This is beautiful.
Yeah. Not the worst.
No, definitely not. Oh, Sheena jumping back and forth. Maybe Japanese connection having him baited there for a second. It was jumping around quite massively. But in the end, gonna be closest to Saga's captain. Sending Sheena down below 2,000. And now, well, it's getting a little scary. We are into round 9. Sheena needs something big. And, well, here might have it.
Yeah, this is quite a massive country with
Some might
India.
argue.
Yeah, some might argue. And whoa, slamming it.
Hey. No.
Switching up the pace.
Odisha.
Ooh, big difference. Big difference in
Definitely.
guesses here.
Could be game 5 times multipliers. Could very well be the end of it. Let's see if it's gonna be or if it won't be. Captain getting those extra 15 seconds is not gonna help him out. Sheena is gonna be closer. And it is gonna be game 5,200 damage. And that's what we were talking about just before. Captain wanted to finish it off. He did not want to have it prolonged for as long as it did. You don't want to give Sheena a chance to come back, and he did right there.
And I really like the confidence. Sheena knew he had to make a good guess, and he was like, you know what? I will put on the pressure. I will insta-send this. I have a vibe for this. And what a vibe he had.
Also, I like the fact that, I mean, you kind of get into a groove when you're playing matches that last this long into round 9. Sheena always takes his time. Captain pretty much exclusively the one to guess first. And then just like that, when you think, oh, I got my minute, you know, I can chill. Sheena guesses in 3 seconds. Very smart on him to change it up there in the end. Seemed like he caught Captain off at least to enough of an extent that he got himself into an NPC, which was where we find ourselves now.
Yep, we do find ourselves in an NPC game. Very similar guesses in round 1.
Providence. It's not where we were, but a bit further south.
Wonderful
It's just a
state
fun
of
road
Rhode
to see.
Island.
Yeah?
Probably the only state to be more boring than Delaware.
What do you mean?
And I say that as being from Delaware, so...
I'm just confused by why they call it Rhode Island when the majority of the state is not an island.
Yeah.
Can someone give me some insights? Because that's... But then you just have to say, but bro, it's in America. They have a city called Ding Dong. I mean, they don't use logic in their naming. That's fair enough. As Captain is looking to just hitch, or well, plunk it into the M of Germany. But maybe that's just an initial marker. He's not fully convinced yet, but there he goes. Full
I did not think of Germany
center.
with the road, but I might be not correct.
Americans don't know what an island is. Yeah, I mean, Winnick might be right about that one. Well, one country in between them. That's the right location. 120 damage to kick things off here in round 2. Pretty much tying the scores once again. As, we head into round number 3.
Ziggy from Delaware? Yes, sir. I even have
And
an
not
emote.
tell on his Delawarean accent.
Look here. There's Ziggy Delaware emote. I mean, why would I have that? Delaware's the most random state
born
ever.
and raised. Yeah.
Like, nobody has ever been saying like, yeah, I'm from Delaware. That's not really a flex, is it? It's such a small state.
Captain looking towards Montana initially. Sheena thinking. Hands to the face. Ooh, potentially looking to go East Coast. This could be big. He has his marker down in Washington, but
really
he's
like
looking
Western.
towards Maine.
I like Western here with the tall pines.
This is pretty insane. Now, Sheena back towards the West Coast again. They're both in Washington. Oh, he's praying. He's hoping that he's right, and he is gonna be right on that one. Glad that he did not go East Coast. That could have been very, very costly. But in return, he ends up taking 600 health off of Captain.
Yep, not only in the correct state, but also region guessing in the state itself. As we go into this round, what are we looking at here, Toby? This is all you, I think.
Okay, I got this. We're looking at a bush, a tree, some sun in the distance, clouds, a road that bends towards the right. I think there's a guy on a bike there in the distance, and a bridge and gravel. Which obviously means that we are in Guatemala.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that
I don't
guy,
know.
but
That's just what Sheena looked in.
we do have a cobbler. We do have a cobbler,
not
which
know.
looks like the box blur you would get in Guatemala or something like Ghana, but this looks more like Guatemala than Ghana.
Guatemala or Ghana. Just casually going, yeah, it could be somewhere in the world, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Any country that starts with a
50-50.
G could be there. Well, and it's gonna
it
be
is.
Sheena on point. Guatemala will net him not just the round, but the win as well. What a comeback from the Japanese player.
Yeah, and what a final round to end it on. Did not look like your typical Guatemala there. So, shoutouts to Sheena for getting that. Maybe using the blur that was barely visible at the bottom of the screen. But even for me, pretty hard to see.
Definitely. I mean, Trigger and Captain seemed bamboozled by that one as well. And it's yet a case of effectively 1 or 2 rounds that just ends up costing the game. I mean, this one was a very multiplier impacted match. Captain looked practically unstoppable through move. And then into no move. It's that one India round, right? That sends it against him. And then here as well, 11,000 damage done by Sheena. He just gets those coin flips, man. He gets them right more often than not. And I think that's a big part of the reason why he's playing so well as he is on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, Captain only made 2 mistakes in this game, and it was, as you mentioned, the Guatemala round in the last game, and then the
It was
India.
20,000 damage worth of 2 mistakes. That's
Yeah, other than that, he
gonna
didn't
hurt.
make any mistakes, though, I have to say. So, but that's 2 big mistakes, and that allowed Sheena to take the game.
Yeah, definitely. Tricky one. Tough loss. I mean, he does get away with a point. And for Captain, I think even if he sat behind Sheena on the leaderboard or close to one another, no, he is behind him by a couple of points still. He should be pretty safe in the EMEA standings. So, of course, not what you want to have happen in a situation like this, but still, he's looking to be pretty good. And he got 2 points off of Eamon earlier. Or make that 3, actually. He got a 2-0
3.
against him. So, 4 points in 2 matches. I think you're pretty satisfied.
Yeah, that's good enough for him. But as you said, he is pretty high up in the EMEA, actually. But his next step is, getting higher in the ranks to get a bit of a buffer between him and the people towards 12th place, just to, secure that qualification for the World Championship. That's kind of, his next big goal.
Definitely. And here you can see the leaderboard's updated as well. We saw Marta earlier take a 2-1 victory against Finbar. We didn't see it happen off stream, but still was able to take a 2-1 victory over Finbar, which has now pushed him above and ahead of Malfunction, who has been thrown out of the top 12. So the race in EMEA stays on. I believe Malfunction is playing later tonight. So is, I think, both V89 and Pan. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
You are wrong because we just got a message that says V89's games will be postponed due to sickness. So get well.
Get well, bro. You need to. You have some pretty important games coming up. But look at it. I mean, inside the top 12, two players at 56, Clement at 57. double at 59 as well. You cannot have 0-point games if you're sat from 8th place down to 16th right now. It is terrifying to be there right now with just a week and a half left to play. And then just to quickly say again, as you were saying, Kirani, of course, can still potentially jump in against Spaghetti. Spaghetti getting some much needed points here. And then Americas, I mean, say again, is it completely done?
It is completely done. Ocean Man
Completely
has
done.
no games left. Orlando still has games to play, and Ocean Man obviously already below him, so and you can't get minus points unless you don't show up, I think.
Yeah, I suppose. I was gonna say, how can we get minus points? But no, not now. Let's not do that now. But here we have the standings. Satsu, okay. Satsu
Okay.
2-0ing Zigzag. That's unexpected.
That's unexpected, especially after Zigzag took down the Blinkster himself.
Blinky, yeah. Interesting to hear maybe a word on how that match went down. And then, of course, Blinky able to continue. I say continue his win streak. That's not the case at all. Because he lost against Zigzag. So, but he is able to take on Finip. So the only person on the losing side today so far has been Finip. 0-2 to Lenly. 0-2 to Blinky. Not what you want to have happen. As we can see, the matches we're going to see later today as well. Mada versus Trishta. Both. That's actually a huge game, considering that both those two players are in, I believe...
Exact same points. Exactly.
Points. They're tied in points. And then we get Clement and Trishta set 1 point apart, playing after that as well. So some really, really important matches coming up today, which could heavily impact how the EMEA major is going to look.
Yes, especially the games from Trichter, and also the game between Clement and Armani, I think. Clement not safe yet, and Armani, as you said very early in the stream, Armani needs to pretty much win every single game from this point onwards to have a good shot. As we see Armani on 50 points, meanwhile, the pack is kind of at 56, 57, and he has like 4 games or 5 games left. So
and Kratsu is playing as well. So we have Kratsu, Clement, Mara, Trishta all playing in the next couple of matches.
Yep, and after that, I feel like we have a pretty good image. But now with V89 not playing this week, he will have 4 matches next week, which then everything is in his own hands pretty much, because everything else will have played out by then.
True, and as you're saying, just for the fans that might be waiting for those matches to take place, V89, as far as we understand, is sick. So those matches have been postponed for next week. But again, I mean, just to go back to Kratsu, Clement, Mara, Trishta, any 2-0s is pretty much you're in, your opponent is out. Like, you cannot go away with 0 points in the matchups that we have between these 4 players.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Mata versus Trichter, and also very hard to predict that matchup. I don't really know how any mode will go, really, because I don't see anyone being particularly very much better than the opponent in moving or no move. Maybe I see Trichter favored in NPZ, but you also have to get to NPZ first.
That is true.
That is.
We are waiting for this next matchup to get started. So you know what? Since we have the magical powers to do so, I will now take a question. Wait, okay. I get to pick a question from chat that I get to ask Siggy, and Siggy, you get to pick a question from chat that you get to ask me. Okay? It has to happen within the next, I don't know, 15 seconds, chat. So if you have any questions that you want me to ask Siggy, it can be regarding anything. Then we go podcast mode for the next 5 seconds until we get this game going. And now this is the only time chat has been completely silent. It's like, oh no, now they're actually looking at what's happening. Music has changed already, so we got to be fast about this. Cats or dogs, Siggy? Go.
Cats or dogs? Dogs now. I was a cat person, but now my
you can only pick
dog,
one.
So yeah, I'll go with dog.
Your turn. Pick one.
Ask Toby how it is to swap between casting PUBG and GeoGuessr. That's a good one.
It's amazing. I love doing both games. It is a ton of fun. The pacing is obviously quite different in the two games, but they both bring a lot of amazing things to the esports world. And yeah, I think they're both amazing. They're both hype as hell when they have to be. And here we go. Straight into the matchup. Thank you for entertaining us, for entertaining the broadcast chat. I'm sorry we didn't get through all the questions. We'll have another Yap session later today after this broadcast is over. I'm gonna do my Between Two Plunks show. You can come over and watch that, where you can ask all the questions in the world, and we'll talk about those. But now, let's get this one going. It is Kratzo versus Debre. We saw it before. Kratzo really wants some big points here, but against Debre, it's not gonna be easy.
Nope, Debre not the easiest opponent of them all. As we see both of them kind of scanning the same area here in Portugal. We do have signs to Lisbon, but also to the wonderful region of the Algarve. If you ever visit Portugal, you should go there. I have been there myself.
Have hoodie
quite
buff
nice.
Today. Should we
No
be worried?
hoodie. Wait.
Should we be worried?
No hoodie.
He's going salmon sweatshirt instead. I'm not sure if I believe Debre. We'll see. He's gonna be safe or not. Else this one, I mean, said Lisbon on the sign, so pretty good indicator of the country. And Debre micro-adjusting himself further towards the north is gonna send Kratzo into round 2 with a lead.
Yep, and everyone in chat already mentioning Debre's hoodie. Where?
Yeah?
Yep.
Glad I wasn't
exactly.
the only one to notice. It's just whenever
a
you
good
see
thing.
players that are always wearing practically the exact same, it does pop out a little more when then aren't.
I mean, speaking of, have you ever seen Kratzu not in his jersey?
Yes.
I feel like I have. Really?
Yes, I have. I think Jersey is a later part of World League for him to get in the groove.
Yeah. Now the question is, did Blinky put on his beanie for his match against Fenep after he lost against Zigzag?
He must have.
Yeah,
That's
might have.
obviously the reason he lost, right?
Maybe.
No beanie magic. But then again, Fenep didn't win with his hat, so I'm not sure. It's almost as if outfits might not be the indicator of whether or not you win a game. Who would have thought? But here we are, into round 2. Plenty of time spent in this round. As, 2 seconds left to work with Kratzo. Late to put his marker down. We'll get it down in time, though. East side of South Africa will be close, but Debre closer.
Yep, basically tying the game now.
I do like the idea that every GeoGuessr player has something unique to their appearance, though. Like, they should all have... Like, Beanie has the blinky. Lindley has the glasses. You know, they should all have that one thing. We'd be running out of things that they could have that were unique to the outfit pretty quickly, but that's them for them. I mean, the sooner you get it in, the more choices you get to choose between, I suppose.
Yeah, and maybe, some people don't want to stand out. That's also a thing. They don't really like the spotlight, as we see Debre finding a very good sign.
I like how Chat realized what I said there. Thank you, Chat. You're fast today. I like it. 7 kilometers to Portugal now. Is it a city called Portugal, or is it the country?
It is probably the country. I mean, it also says de la frontera, which means, border.
The front of the country.
De la frontera.
Let's see. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be right in between him. At least almost 8 kilometers apart on the guesses. Will amount to 60 damage. As Kratzo maintains his lead coming into round 4.
And we are back in the country of Brazil, where the area code hunt is on yet again. And it seems like Kratzu already found one. He didn't show us, sadly. So I guess it starts with a 1 again. As we saw in the... And it's a 14 again. It was also in the game with Fenep. Or, no, with Lindy.
We get a Brazil masterclass from the players here today to learn exactly what's going on. It was the Blinky zigzag match you were referring to.
Yeah, I was very confused there which match that actually was. I was okay. We also saw one in Lenley's match, but that was northeast. So, yeah. I'm getting old. What can you say?
That's fair enough. We like you anyway. So now go into round number 5.
That's
Japan.
reassuring. That's reassuring.
Also, I shouldn't be talking in regards to being old on broadcasts, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like Jano just called me old when he's like 35. But
you can't just throw Geolotrus under the bus.
I can't.
Like that.
Because we're friends.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I respect it.
It was just a random person that I don't know, then sure.
And so do I respect this match that we've got going, because these two guys are playing side by side with all their guesses right now. We are in to round number 6, and neither of them are sat Oh, well, they're both, I should say, set in and around 5,500. They are playing incredibly well right now. But of course, we do have round 10 be the final round. So you want to start getting yourself a good lead here.
And do you know what Debris likes? The US, because he did learn every county.
He did.
But he's in Generation 1 coverage.
Gotta play fast if you're a Kratzo. Not allow for Debris to get crucial info. What do we have here? No phone numbers, no area codes, no names.
Sag.
Big sign, big info, but not the info you're looking for. Just a commercial. 15 seconds left to work with. Kratzo now looking down at the road. What is he looking for here?
Maybe the reflectors on the road, they're regional.
Ah.
But other than that, he's probably looking maybe for plates as well on the cars that are coming towards him.
Tricky round for both of them to work in. Last second. Wow, Kratzo with just a second to work with. Throws his marker down. Will be 700 kilometers out. But that could have been a lot more dangerous, I feel like.
Yeah, and that round was kind of interesting because none of them found anything really usable. None of them found any plate that they know.
It's kind of rare in the US, I feel like.
Yeah, it's quite rare. Now, this should be quite straightforward. We do have a big mountain. Looks like we're just downtown Cape Town somewhere.
Could very well be the case. So he's going to figure that out first. A lot of info here available. I say that, but it's all just advertisement. There you go. Nice sign. Kratzo leading up to the highway.
Yeah, towards the town of... Don't want to butcher the name, so I'm not going to say it. It starts with a W.
I didn't see it in time, so I'm not going to try.
Well...
Worcester.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I can't see it. Is it a W on the left of the O?
Yes, yes.
Worcester.
Ah, not Worcester?
Worcester. Worcester. I don't know. We're giving US a hard time for their city names. We're giving British a hard time for the pronunciation now as well, as they both are right next to the target. Oh, so close to the 10K, but not close enough.
Yeah. So close, yet so far away.
Oh, wow.
So we see...
They're quick on that one.
Yeah, we have a...
Kalmar sign, Jönköping. Oh,
hey.
Any glitched fans? Any EMEA fans that want to go to the major?
Mentioned. Let's go.
Jönköping mentioned in the chat. They should know where it is because they're both trying to get there to play in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and it looks like they're both going
Jönköping
there.
is further towards the southwest than where Kratzo is right now.
Yeah, but we're on the border, so it's kind of hard to tell whether we cross it to the southwest.
Towards the region of it. And it's going to be on. Kratzo, able to get the 5K second time around. There we have it. From a 4.999 to a 5K. Two very good rounds back to back.
Yeah, I can't really play that any better, but Debris is not looking like he lost a lot of points. So, and we only have 2 rounds left.
He did.
Just saying.
Yeah, if you're Kratzo, you gotta play fast. Southwestern tip of Ireland. Okay, now shaking his head a bit. Did he maybe get too fast here?
But southwest is very risky. But we see Debris going pretty similar.
Gotta take risks when you're sat down 1900 health in round 9. And it's gonna be all the way north. It's gonna be now a tough comeback for Kratzo. But if there's one to do it, we've seen him do it before on LAN as well. Can he do it here, though, against Debris?
Yeah, throwback when he beat Blinky in the EMEA regionals. And
here's the country size for it.
Oh, but Debris
has a county, I think. Oh, does he? There's
an
area
518 area code. Now the question is, does he?
Yeah, GG, he knows it. It's gonna be too hard.
I mean, what can you do? What can you do against that one?
Nothing. And that was, you know, that's actually kind of insane. That was only round 1. Went into 10 rounds. I thought maybe there was game over already, but no. This one took a while. Of course, both of them with a lot to lose, not being out victorious here. But as we said before, Kratzo really wants and needs, effectively, some points off of this matchup. So, gotta get at least one.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really need them. He is towards the upper end of the cutoff, so I think he's pretty safe, but obviously he wants to get as far away as possible.
But also you want to make sure you get the bye, right? You want to get straight into the quarterfinals, and that's only top 4 that does that, right?
Yeah, but he will not get top 4 in EMEA region. I think the cutoff is way too high.
Maybe.
I mean, you have Consus Blinky, Finbar, Harrier, and then it's already over.
Yeah, I suppose. Nonetheless, here we go. Into round 2. Or into game 2, I should say. Round number 1.
Yep.
As Kratzo able to get the first hit in Kenya.
Yep, nice little Kenya action there. As we see a very quick zoom into Romania. Now the question is, Toby, how do you region guess Romania?
If there's a mountain, you put your indicator next to the mountain. If there's water, you go down to the shore.
I can't really argue with that one.
Nope, exactly. Very politically correct answers. That's all I do.
Yeah, so if it looks western, you go west. If it looks southern, you go south.
Let's see. Both in and around the center. Debris further up towards the north now. Readjusting a little bit. We'll get the guess in. Skratzo. Hoping to stay where he is, at least for now. Looking to potentially go even further towards the west. Still has 5 seconds to readjust. Now scanning north for cities potentially as well. It's going to stay center though. It's going to be good for him. Was further down towards Bucharest.
Yeah, that's definitely a good start for Kratzu, but he has to keep this up for the entirety of the remaining 8 rounds. And whoa, what a mountain there. Looks like we're in Switzerland with the low camera. Now we do have French language, so we should be somewhere in the western and southwestern parts. And did Kratzu find it?
Might just have.
He is in a very small town.
Do you have the city name mentioned? There is.
Yeah, in the
Chocolatier
store,
de
but-
Gruyère. Down there on the sign. Could just have it. It's going to be a bit further off, though, down towards the south. Because that's where the chocolate is being made. But it was in the center that it was being sold.
Yeah, because the town
it's
he
a type
actually
of-
found.
Chad is telling us that it's a type of cheese. So maybe.
Okay, but why did it say chocolate?
I'm not sure.
That
I don't
chocolate.
speak French. I'm not sure. As we now go into round 4.
Gruyère? Yes, that's my favorite cheese. Does seem familiar now that I said it out loud. As we see a town name there, Ati. I don't even know where you read this.
Not sure either. They're scanning the coastline of Peru. What do you have to work with here? Debra looking the other way. He does see water, I think. It did look like he had the ocean out on the left. Or west, I should say.
Yep. Should be on the coast somewhere, but nobody has
the
found
road?
this town name so far.
Bend around up there to the right side. Go around the hills. Debra gonna log in. Kratzu sat a bit further towards the south, but they're both gonna be off. 100 kilometers in between the guesses. Good thing on them is that it's still somewhat early days here in round 4, so not too much damage coming through. But for Debra, nice to take Kratzu off of the flawless. Now get us into round 5.
As we do move to a Australia round here. We do have the exposed blue car. Definitely very common towards the border of Vic and NSW.
I like how all of chat is now just debating cheese.
Yeah, I mean, cheese is kind of nice.
Can't complain about that.
I mean, I haven't really heard many people say, you know what, I don't like cheese, because it's also on pizza, so...
My brother doesn't like cheese. But he's one of the guys that says he doesn't like cheese, but he likes it on pizza, so I'm like, can you? Like, he likes cheese on pizza and warm stuff and everything, but he says he doesn't like cheese. It's one of those weird ones. Kratzu was looking towards the west coast. Good on him that he stayed, because that could have been a lot more costly. 1700 damage, though. Still taken, but could have been game. Had he opted to swing all the way west. As now... He's sat down behind. And again, he really wants some points off of this.
Yeah, we do see a lot of interesting looking cars here. As we see a quick zoom into Sweden by Debray. We do have a somewhat sizable mountain to the southeast, which is pretty rare in Sweden. But seems like both agree.
Yeah.
He also says something that says commune.
There's the commune. Yeah, exactly. It's a municipality in English. For those of you guys who don't know what commune means. Can't make out what the first letters are, though. Does it say Lunta in the end? G something N-D-A?
I can't read that. It looks like it's...
Oh! I think Kratzer might have found the city.
Yeah, that looks good.
I mean, he has the R and the A at least. I can't tell what it says in between. But let's see if he got it. He did, in fact, get it. 6 kilometers off, but what a great scan from him. 2,000 damage done to Debray.
Yeah, what a find. I mean, that was not a big town. We saw it on Kratzer's screen. You had to zoom in pretty far to see it. So basically combining his good region guess with his scanning abilities. Netting him a lot of points. Now, this should be a pretty uneventful round, but I don't want to jinx it because we are just in the northern parts of Nigeria. There's only like 2 roads covered that have this type of car with no tire in the back as well.
Player pressure can be enough to get guesses going sideways. With 4 times multipliers, the distance in between the guesses doesn't have to be too massive in order for the damage to come through in anyway. Kratzer really wants to take this into an NPC. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, we actually have a bit of a difference. Now Kratzu's eyeing the same road as Debray. Looking for that A1 because the angle would make sense, but he is staying near Kano for now. Yeah, I really like the cheese debate in chat. What do you guess what's going on?
It's continuing.
Ooh,
it's never
that's
ending.
A big one.
Definitely big. Could actually be
Is that
big enough for being game, and indeed it will be. Kratzer able to take it home and take us into an NPC. 1 point guaranteed for the Frenchman. Now looking to try and see if he can get himself one more.
Yep, also taking a quick sip. Now, can we guess what he's drinking? Nope. That
Hydration
like
check,
water
chat.
bottle.
Everyone out there, posture check, hydration check.
I will take a quick sip out of my GeoGuessr bottle.
I will take a quick sip of my coffee mug. I don't have a GeoGuessr coffee mug yet. Oh, okay, Kratzer's putting on the hat now. He's feeling it. Music's on, hat's on. He's going Debray mode. I respect it. The hats are there on both of them, as on their avatars. Full focus in an NPC.
Yep, and we did see a black screen at the start, but now the image has cleared up. We seem to be in Kazakhstan, both seem to agree upon that, but now as to region, yes, Kratzer is in the southernmost pocket of the country.
First guess to come through is Kratzer. Feeling comfortable about it too.
Ooh, and he switched off that.
Way further south.
He switched off the exact road there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Kratzer was right on it. As I said, he was in the southernmost pocket.
Sometimes it gets a little bit too risky.
Only round 1, you know. It is a bit of a risky guess, you know.
Yeah,
going
exactly.
that far south.
Quick winning pick for Debray. That's it. Where Kratzer is initially hovering. Yep, now going all the way up there. What is he seeing here? That is so indicating of
the gravel road.
Gravel. Unique to Winnipeg, confirmed.
I mean, it's very common in Manitoba, and it's actually not Winnipeg, it's Winnipeg Beach.
Oh,
so
sorry.
There.
Sorry to all the people that
happens.
are haters and would give me a hard time for getting that one wrong.
I mean, I was trusting you, and I was like, okay, if Toby
It's fair enough. I
Winnipeg,
mean, I come from a very
be.
small city in Denmark, and whenever people say I come from the neighboring city, which is a bit better, I get very offended. So it makes sense that the guys from Winnipeg Beach would also be upset if I got that one wrong.
I mean, honestly, it's probably just summer houses of people living in Winnipeg, let's be honest, and that's why it's called exactly that.
You would imagine. Chat wants us to show how good we are next round. I feel like we do that every round. I mean, I can't recall having gotten a single country wrong so far.
True.
But then again, I also don't really guess, so that makes it a lot easier. Is that right? Well, it seems like a bit of a water hedge to me, no?
Yeah, it does seem not like an educated guess, but this is also very random round, I would say. Not much to go off here.
Yeah. You get a truck, you get a power line, you get some trees, but that's about it. As Debray gets soaked in the ocean while taking a ton of damage with it. I did not see the distance counter. I keep forgetting how big Indonesia actually is.
Yeah, it's a massive country, and that was a massive guess by Kratzu also.
Back-to-back massives. Okay.
Massive?
Massive?
Somebody say massive?
Did anyone in chat say massive question mark? It's so funny. You can't say that word without chat just going massive.
To be honest, at this point, I just say it to bait chat.
I know.
Reaction at this.
Yep.
Because before that, I never said massive. But let's log into this round because we have a Washington guess and we have an. Ooh.
Like
all over the place.
from up. Squirrel. Yeah. So here we go. Could be damage, but not quite that much. Kratzu will join him on that side. It's gonna be Deborah closer though. 100 kilometers between the two. 700 damage number. Kratzu still playing with a bit of a buffer here. We're only in round 5, so unless if he really gets far off target, he should be good. At least for a round or 2 here.
And would you look at this? We are in Germany and we do have
I'm ready for the
wine.
5 game. All you.
I have no clue where this is.
Oh.
Why do we have wine and it's flat? I would just go Baden-Württemberg. Yeah.
Deborah up to go
Maybe,
south.
maybe near
Kratzu
Mannheim or
hovering
something.
Leipzig. Yeah, both in and around Nuremberg. Both
It is near
areas.
Mannheim. Wait.
Okay, over towards the west.
Good shout.
Somewhat equal in distance. Kratzu, though, able to extend his lead. At least by a little bit more. As we go coastal. At least river coastal.
Quicksand?
Yep, Deborah
Not
needs
giving us
it.
any time.
Needs
We
some
do have-
points coming his way. He's been giving Kratzu a lot of time as Kratzu is hovering. Okay, Vietnam. Yep, nope. Back in Thailand.
Vietnam coverage sadly deleted 2 years ago. We still miss it. We still miss it.
It'll come back, I'm sure.
That's, you know, it's a life lesson. Don't take anything for granted.
It's true. If
You
we
only miss
lost,
something when it's gone.
if we lost Denmark coverage, I'd flip a table. I mean, what would I do
Yeah.
with my life?
Might be the only person.
There might be 1 or 2 other guys. As Deborah really has started to change the pace here. It's a 1-1 matchup. Oh, and this is going to be huge. Kratzu is all the way down towards
Wait.
southeast.
Oh, he's
This
thinking.
is going to be game. No doubt about it. But who's going to get it? It is going to be Deborah on point with it.
Wow.
Tried to put pressure on and effective in doing so. 18,000 damage done to the Frenchman. As Deborah wins 2-0 against Kratzu.
Well, you know, you could say Kratzu might win the game if the order of the rounds is a bit different, but Debray wearing the NPC hat for a bit longer than Kratzu, that makes the buff a bit better, I guess.
I suppose so. He wins the hat tiebreaker. I have the hat as well. Mine is blue, so I don't know where that puts me in that conversation. Blue belt is behind golden belt, I suppose. But nonetheless, great matchup between the two here. We have had some.
No, we
I was
already
gonna say some
discussed
other
this.
matches played as well, but
We are behind schedule. We need to lock in, Toby.
we are so far behind.
We are so far behind. Let's lock in.
Yeah.
What a matchup is up next. It is none other than Mada versus Trichter. We talked a lot about this and how much it matters for the standings because they're right on the same amount of points.
We really are. Really are. Yet another important game here. Of course, Kratzu would have wanted to get more than just a single point out of that matchup, but still, points are points, and when you're up against a guy sat in the top of the leaderboard, you'll take anything you can get. But now, we go into this one. Mada versus Trichter. We saw them on the regional leaderboard before. They have so much to play for in this matchup.
50% win rate versus 49% win rate, and we see in the table they are right next to each other. 56 points, 36 matches on both sides. So, I mean, that is a good matchup to have in the final, one of the final weeks.
Log in, chat. Who are we cheering for? Is it the Italian or is it the Belgian? It's for you guys to decide. We want to see you cheering as we head straight into round number 1, and the cars and the engines are already roaring.
And Trichter's mouth is already open.
You're gonna say it.
I cannot
Full
see
focus
it now
mode.
because
But you know what? It goes to show how much there is to lose if you come out here with no points. Oh, do we get a little bit of a license plate there for Trichter, maybe?
well, that looks European. But
Does
Trichter the
indeed.
type of guy to know the differences between European license plates through the blur. As we see, Mada found to a major-ish road.
Yeah, river crossings on both sides, but no good signs to work with.
We Should
He
be
is
in
gonna
Spain.
go central Spain, okay. Trished up, joining him but a bit further towards the north, hovering around a bit towards the west of Zaragoza. And it's gonna be even further down towards the west, so some distance in between them, but of course round 1, not gonna hurt too hard, just 600 damage done.
Yep. Gotta get your mistakes out in the first round. I mean, wasn't really a mistake. Both didn't find any signs whatsoever. Just a vibe guess. As we move into Greece, we stay in the Mediterranean. But this time we are in Greece. We do have coast to the north.
Yeah. Marta getting a good glimpse of the coastline as well. Could help him potentially line up a city now that he knows exactly where the ocean is. Trished up, able to find a trash can.
Yep, they do
Does
say
he
the town
have-
names.
Yeah, exactly. Good info on that one.
Now the question is, can he read it? That is another question.
Yeah. Info is not really worthwhile if you don't know how to use it, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, same with meta. If you don't know meta and you see it in front of you, it doesn't really help you, does it?
That is true. 900 IQ. Letting the timer run out here. Mata might have something with the water to the north, but then again, you remember that it's Greece and it's pretty hard to line up, but it does in fact get close. 15 kilometers out. It's gonna do 600 damage once again, setting Trisha down at just over 47.
Yeah, good lineup there with the water and good start for Mara in general. And it appears we are not leaving. Not leaving Europe here. But we are in Bulgaria this time. We do have the hooks on the poles and we do have, I think we have some Cyrillic on that. So that confirms it, especially considering the roofs here. Now the question is, can anybody really find any information usable? Or, you know, just region guess it better. That also works. You then don't have to read, but you can read.
It does help. At least to get the country locked down. Mata's hovering Bulgaria. Bulgaria?
Bulgaria.
I don't know why I became...
Is that how you say it in Denmark?
Bulgaria. No, we say Bulgarian.
Yeah, that sounds like the German one, but with a very much...
There's a flag. Helpful, in case you were in doubt. If the text,
a flag.
If the language wasn't enough, maybe the flag can help you out. As they are both a bit distance in between him, but it's going to be Mata closer yet again. Another 100-kilometer distance guess, as Mata continues to take chunks off of Trisha's health bar.
Yeah, pretty much every round he's dealing 600 damage, round after round, but multipliers are a thing.
That's a broken
We are in a
mouse.
big country, we're back in the US. Massive country, one might say.
Oh-ho!
As we see, no front plates, puts you more towards the south. Interesting car blur there in the back. If somebody like RC was playing, I would expect him to know this.
Why?
Like a very unique... Because I feel like if there's a unique car, he knows it. Because that
Yeah.
was very unusual how the car was blurred.
Fair. Minion's car there on the left as well on Trisha's screen. Very unique.
Yeah,
I
Minion's
respect it.
car.
Not going for the big building. I thought maybe that building with the pillars up front looked kind of like a public or official building. Could have a little plaque out front. That could give you some intel. We'll see if he does up to go for it. Nope, it's going to go straight past. And now, vibe guessing. I don't think they got any state intel. He's going to go Detroit.
Ooh,
Mata's all
that's
the
a
way
very
down
big
towards
difference.
Georgia.
I was thinking more south here. I really like Mada more, maybe.
Ooh, and it is going to be in Georgia. Tough loss for Trisha. And that could actually be game in round 4. Indeed, it will be. Mata out flawless and moving.
Yeah, flawless game there. Only 4 rounds played, and in all rounds he definitely has made the better guess, especially in the last one. But yeah, both of them not really finding any helpful information, but Mada with the better either vibe guess or maybe he saw a plate that he knew.
Yeah. No football shirt from Mata today either.
Nope.
No football on his avatar either.
What's going on?
Okay, a lot of, maybe just a whole, next week he's going to have a new username as well. I mean, he's just changing up everything. Coming into the final week of the World League here. Which is next week, of course.
Yeah, and this is interesting. What are we looking at? Are we in Hawaii?
I was going to say, it looks Hawaii.
Because there are definitely US plates, and where else would it be? Now the question is, does Trichter send Hawaii or Idaho?
Do you? I still never understood that meme, but I like it. Oh, looking to go east initially, but now committing towards Hawaii as well. Wahoo, I believe he was on. I could be wrong. I don't remember all the names of all the Hawaiian islands, but it is going to be furthest towards the west, or second to furthest towards the west of all the islands. And a rare Hawaii round comes in, with both of them being on too. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a handful of Hawaii rounds.
Is it Hawaii? Is it Bornholm? I agree, Chad. It could be both.
You know, Hawaii looks more unique than Bornholm.
I don't know about that.
You
take that back.
Maybe
you
not
take
for
that back.
Kratzu, maybe not.
Exactly. Exactly.
But let's focus on this round, shall we? We are in Indonesia. We do have tiled roofs, so we should be on Java. But the question is, where?
Well, good thing that's not for us to find out. That's for the players. As they are stood in position here in this on this street with a lot of info in the nearby vicinity, but it's all like just around the corner. There's a bit of a field out behind there with the shack, maybe unique to a region. I'm not quite sure. Trichter does look to go Java. Mada seems to be committing here as well. And for good reason. I was right there. Mada, I think Mada actually might have been even more on point. He was sat southeast of Bandung at one point, but up to go a bit further towards the north. So good round for him. Within the correct island. As we now go into round number 3.
Yep, Mada taking the lead. Yet again, it is not Mars. It should be just the road to China. Not sure why I said it like Trump would.
I was gonna say, I feel like I heard you giggle over your own joke there for a second. I thought it was kind of
yeah, I don't know. I didn't really say it on purpose, but now then it was kind of I don't know why. Anyway.
Yeah, you just keep talking, mate. You put yourself in that hole.
I don't want to, can't really double down now. I don't want to do like an impression, you know. I'm going
long straight road for these two guys to try and line up as Mada. I mean, even if you have the road right, you can so easily be off by. I mean,
yeah, Trichter is literally on the border.
Yeah,
he's gonna cross into China soon.
Into where? Oh, he's not gonna do it. Okay, fair enough. Timer is gonna run all the way out.
Yeah,
we'll see who's gonna get it. There was even further down towards the Chinese border. Maybe a foreshadowing of us getting Chinese coverage in GeoGuessr someday. Oh,
soon.
TM. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
But now,
I mean,
into round 4 we go.
And would you look at this back in Greece? No coast to line up this time.
Good flag though. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I do feel like there are enough Greek restaurants around though that you can't always just go Greece off of flags. But of course, when you have plenty of Greek text written on all storefronts, that does help.
Yep. Same with Italian flags on restaurants here.
Too many pizza places.
I see them a lot more than Greek flags.
Yeah, that is true.
Honestly, I see every nation's flag more in Germany than our own flag.
Makes sense.
I mean, it's like has its reasons, obviously, but
yeah.
This
Mada
time
looking to go northwest inland. Trichter is downtown Athens. Let's see if he's going to change things up here. Come last second. Timer is once again going to run all the way down to 0 before guesses come through. And Mada is going to be right on it once again. Trikala. Or, I mean, I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but up there. I'm not sure what sent him in that direction, but good guess on his part.
It is the Mediterranean, you know, senses these people have, you know. If you grow up there.
Is this another Colombia round?
Mediterranean country.
No.
Sorry, what?
I was just gonna say, is this another Colombia round with the bad fencing? But these fences are too narrow.
Yeah, we also don't have any painted top.
Yep, true. Into Brazil we go. Or at least that's where Mada wants us to. See if Trichter is gonna follow, and indeed he will. Not just follow, but in the exact same state as well.
Yeah, both in Sierra here do quite like that with the vegetation.
Norway's all over the place today. Norway, Andorra, Zimbabwe. Cat is YOLOing with their guesses here.
Yeah. Norway was my second guess, actually, so...
Fair, I respect.
Valid guess. As we see, UK round. With the yellow back plates.
Yeah.
There's a bus stop. Can sadly not read where the bus is heading to.
Not enough pixels. That's where you gotta enhance, you know? Just gotta enhance. Like they do in CSI. To get all the pixels.
That's Southwest UK. Okay, I'm gonna trust the chatter.
Yeah?
The Southwest.
Sometimes they just know, I mean. Drunk Dutch drivers, I do respect it. What if all the people here were just not sober and therefore all driving in the wrong side of the street at the same time? Including the Google car. That'd be a little terrifying. But, no, this is most definitely the UK. So let's see where they're opting to go. Trishta only now looking at his map. He's gonna go east side of Sheffield. Marta is up there as well. A bit further towards the west. It's gonna be south. On towards Cambridge.
Yep. Pretty central. Actually, it's gonna be 600 points. That's actually a lot of points for the small difference that is.
Yeah. So now going to round number 7. Practically tied in points. Just a couple hundred in between the two. Statistics say that Trishta usually gets out with more points in this country. But where are we?
Is that an Aragon bollard? It almost looks like one. So
Aragon?
basically there's an Aragon.
Aragon?
So basically there's a state in Spain that uses bollards that just feature a white stick instead of the usual one. But I can't really see if that's actually the case. If it's one, it is Aragon. If it's not, then it is
Gimli.
not. Can't really see.
Is it Aragon? Is it Aragon? Is it Gimli? Who knows? So many options available. We'll have to wait and see. Smarta locked down central Spain right on the edge, now hovering further towards the south. Trishta is still further up north with 4 times multiplier. This could be pretty big if one of them gets the location down right. It's going to be north once again. Trishta able to not only claw back but also set himself up with a quite decent sized lead now coming in to round number 8.
Yeah, taking away half of Mada's remaining health.
That is actually a good question Chad is asking here. Why would Spain name things after Lord of the Rings? Because that's usually the order things happen in, right?
Yeah.
I'm confused. There should be some copyright stuff.
I mean, they also made the countries like Indonesia a real place after putting it into GeoGuessr, so...
I don't get it. Very confusing. How dare they? What do we have to work with here? There's definite
Houses.
like language and signage, but yeah, it's all house vibe guessing, no? Or do you
We
have
have
enough? Like, is there anything in the foliage that you can go by?
No, I mean, for the country, we have the free, like, white stripes on the plate, which makes it Indonesia, over Malay with only 2. And now you have to go by the housing to reach and guess Indonesia. We do have a lot of tiled houses, but it doesn't look like Java. So it's either like South Sumatra or maybe Kalimantan.
Chat is actively degrading by the second with the guesses they're trying to throw out there, but this bamboozling and having me giggle, so I respect it. 2 big differences in guesses. This could very easily be game. It's going to be in between the 2, but with Trishta closer, you'd have to imagine that it is going to be game, and indeed it will be. We are headed into an NPC, and you know what? I mean, considering how close these 2 players are, which is effectively tied right now, we wouldn't really have it any other way, because the closer they play today, the more down the line is going to be next week.
Yeah, nobody's pulling away today. Mada missing the opportunity to really get 3 points between him and Trishta, but now it's just 1 point towards one side.
Oh,
I favor Trishta and NPZ, but I mean, Mada has surprised me how he plays in NPZ in the World League so far.
Let's see if he's going to come out victorious or not as we start off this one in a back alley, which both these guys seem to be convinced is in Bulgaria. What's in them there?
Would you look at the ground real quick?
Oh yeah,
think this is a
the
good road?
Bad Pavement Company, right? I still have a hard time believing it's the only 2 countries that have that be the case. But then again, you have been right the last 2 times it's been the case. So let's see. Let's Trishta. Sends it that send to Bulgaria.
I mean, chat is actually brain rotting me because now they're doing like Java, Python jokes, programming languages, as a joke.
That's fair enough. I respect it. I don't know how to code, so maybe chat can teach me.
Yeah, maybe.
I did work night shifts in a hotel once when I was younger, and everyone said, if you're working night shifts and nothing's happening, just learn how to code while you're at work. And I thought of it, and then I spent 5 seconds looking at a YouTube video. I was like, nope, that's not for me. But I'm glad that other people do it, because that means we get to do stuff like casting GeoGuessr. Because somebody sat down, learned how to code, and came up with an absolutely incredible game.
See, without coding, there would be no GeoGuessr, as we saw the predictions swaying heavily towards Trichter. Now the question is, are we in the US, or are we maybe in Manitoba again?
Well, some might argue we're not in Kansas anymore, but seems like Marta would like to think otherwise. Trichter is all the way up towards the Canadian border.
He is in Canada.
He's actually in... Well, that's technically also towards the Canadian border.
True.
But
that is a good guess.
In Kansas. Nice vibe guessing there from Marta. Not sure what he saw, but around 2-3k damage. You'll take that any day of the week.
Yep. Trichter instantly dropping into the orange health. As we go into this round, seems like we're gonna be in Africa here. Should be Rwanda or Kenya. Looks more like Rwanda. But is it actually Rwanda or Kenya? I mean, we should be driving left because we don't see the car looking back, so we should be driving left, unless the Google driver's trolling us. So we should go Kenya here.
Could be. Everyone's giving people guessing in the Steam ad a hard time for being bad at guessing Kenya. Maybe this could be yet another case of a difficult Kenya round. Marta is first one to log in. West side of Nairobi. Trichter is set on the northern side, but close to Marta as well. And it is going to be closer by a little over 100 kilometers.
Yep, 800 points. I mean, both getting Kenya there. Now, region guessing Kenya and NPZ, probably not the easiest thing to do. As we go into a Germany round.
Oh, 5k, I'm ready. Go.
I mean, this looks like my house. I mean, I would go NRV here. Like, just
Fair
slam
enough.
it.
Oh, Trished up for a second. Going to Poland. Hovering back.
This looks like Düsseldorf.
Okay. Downtown Düsseldorf. We'll see if you're going to be right about it. As Trished is hovering a bit further west than Marta.
That is not my house. That is not my house.
Down towards the south. Down towards Stuttgart and Trished. Continuous his claw back towards an even scoreline. Still set 1,100 points behind. But let's now see. Ooh. This round screams points to me. Unless if they're both off by like 2,000 kilometers.
Should be in Ukraine here with the exposed pipe. That's kind of where you guess Ukraine over Russia, especially because it's summer. That happens a lot. So I would go middle or eastern Ukraine here.
Well, that's what Marta is thinking as well.
Russia is possible, but I feel like it's less likely, just judging by how this looks.
Let's see, Trished yet to open the map. Now it does. Looks to go towards Moscow. Could have us fooled for a second, but if that's going to be the case, unless if the right location is right in between the two, this could be pretty big with 3 times multipliers.
Yeah, he is looking at Russia. Don't think he will go Ukraine as of right now. Seems like he's
Marta stands up, he walks out. Marta does not want to be here. He knows it could be bigger than it is going to be. All the way towards the east. 1,000 damage taken, but that could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Well, you know, could have gone way worse for Marta. That's the luckiest outcome that could have happened.
Wow. He even walked off. He knew. That was all in. Scary times, but Marta stays alive. Not only that, the score is practically tied between the two.
And I think we are in Austria here, if I had to make an educated guess, because we're looking back and we don't see a car. That happens a lot in Austria and Slovenia. Marta, meanwhile, in Czechia, but he is going towards Austria now.
Maneuvering around.
Trichter, no map opened.
Now he's playing it slow. Now he's talking to himself. Not sure what was being said. I can't read Belgium lip reading. I mean, even if he talked to me, I wouldn't understand what he was saying. So
I think he would speak German, though, because he is from the German.
Then I might understand something. We got that proven in the last week's broadcast. I'm definitely proficient in German. As no, I'm still not too happy with it. Downtown Austria, right down the middle. of the chicken leg. Let's see if he's gonna get it. It's gonna be all the way in Western Italy. Okay.
Wait, it's Italy.
There's some interesting rounds taking place right now as Mada takes 2,000 damage. Home country round, but not really a whole lot that could tell him that was where it was.
Wow, Mada missing his home country and missing the chance to close out this game. Now he's on 1,000 health, and what a round this is.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here? I'm leaving this one to you, I think.
To chat. Yeah, chat has been so incredibly good today so far, but I will say, chat, I will help you out. It's not New York. It's probably not Norway either. What else have we had a lot of? That's about it. Quebec, Japan, Ohio. There's a lot of good guesses. A lot of qualified guesses, chat. I respect your effort. As Mada goes brave, sends it to Malta. Trishna, whoa!
Whoa,
Trishna is
wait.
in Macau!
No, this is definitely European. This is either Malta or
Trishna,
Spain.
you have 2 seconds. Are you gonna change your mind? Are you gonna stay? He doesn't seem too pleased with this guess. Even if Mada is off, this could be game, and he gets it! This sent to Malta and almost 20,000 damage.
That is massive damage, one might say. 20k. Important win for Mada, taking the point of Trichter. Now overtaking him.
That was wild. 20k damage. It could have cost him his game by going Malta. Had it been anywhere else in Europe and had Tristan it up to go all the way east side of Asia, that was a very daring guess, but it pays off massively. Very brave of Mada to just send it like that. But he's also a type of player that does things like that. What did you have any Malta vibes in that round at all, Siggy?
No, I just had Mediterranean vibes. I thought Spain at first because the road lines kind of felt like it. Then I thought maybe even about Italy again. Maybe Spain, maybe like France. But Malta makes sense in retrospect, you know. But
yeah,
pretty hard to go there.
It did make sense when you knew where it was. As we now go into our next matchup. It's already started. We're into round 3 already. And Kratso currently is behind Satsu, who already today had himself a win, a 2-0 at that, against Zigzag. We'll see if he can go out and do something similar here. Of course, Kratso only getting the 1 point against Debra earlier. Really wants some more here.
Yep, big win for Satsu. Even though I feel like he's not anymore in contention of going to the EMEA, but, you know, might as well take the money.
Definitely. Quick round. Over and done with. Heading out into round number 4. Of course, let us move. Can move up and down the streets. See if they can get themselves to better information and get out of this housing area.
Yeah, as we do see another Australia round. I feel like we had a few rounds today.
Yeah. No Denmark rounds, but that's fair enough. We'll save them for next week when they really matter.
That's fine, yeah. We did see a New Zealand round for me, and we did see Blinky switching off the 5k, sadly.
That's true.
But now the question is, both of them looked at the trash cans, they didn't seem to say anything helpful. They didn't say the town name, but rather just the waste management company.
So if you know where that is, then you're in for a good time.
Well, yeah. I'm not confident that any one of these players have learned that.
Fair enough.
Yet. Not yet, not yet.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
I have to mention not yet, I mean...
That's next in line for meta knowledge to be found. Big difference between the guesses here. Brisbane on the top side. Kratso down towards Sydney on the south, and it's going to amount to 2,400 damage done to Satsu. Kratso, Satsu. Satsu, Kratso. Kratso, Satsu.
Satsu. Kratso.
This is my coffee kicking in at way too late a time. So we now see water tanks.
Well, 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 if it ain't Colombia. We are back, and that is a lot of text. I don't know if Kratsu wants to read all of this.
No, that's a lot. There might be good intel in there. It's one of those things you see in a quiz where it's like, what are the first 3 words you see?
Yeah, I saw a town name, I think, but never heard of it.
Oh, plenty of town names available. We get the Colombian cross on the back side of that road sign there as well. In case you were in doubt of the country you were in.
Yeah,
You
pretty interesting to see.
Bad road, but it's not Bulgaria. Baited.
Bulgaria?
Bulgaria. That's how the rich people pronounce it.
Well, I ain't rich, so can't really speak with you there.
It is going to be Colombia, and it is going to once again be Kratzer closer to the target, but somewhat equal distance in between the two, just 15 kilometers. Not going to amount to too much damage, but Kratzer still able to maintain his lead nonetheless.
That was a very rich person laugh you have there.
Ho,
Like,
ho.
ha ha ha, this poor peasant.
Couldn't even get the city right. Yeah, I know. That's just how I am.
Anyways, we do see the road number here, R27, and we do see Kratzu instantly scanning for it, definitely findable.
And of course, important to mention that, as you saw it there, the player's zoom level is usually one step further than ours. So it can have you bamboozled a bit, like how do they find the road? It's because they're usually one level further zoomed in.
As we see, Kratzu found it. Pretty nice lineup as well.
Good job.
Well done.
4 kilometers off. Damage. Not enough to win himself the round, but putting Satsu in a very uncomfortable spot down at under 600. With how Kratzer's been playing so far, you'd have to imagine that this round could potentially be the final.
And what the final would be, we are in Indonesia. Yet again.
Seen some
Find
pretty
any
big
information.
damage games in Indo so far today.
Ooh, did we have Gunungstolly on the sign? Does seem like it.
Look to the
I
right.
mean, if Kratzu instantly zooms into a very specific place, I will have to believe that.
Sachu has the same sign available, and I think you saw it as well. Yep,
Yeah.
you did.
Oh,
Wait until by both.
Hey.
5 Kaden! Look at his reaction as well.
He's like, what?
Wow!
With like 3 seconds left, he found the town name and he 5k'd around.
Full
That's a good-
magnetic zoom in. That was a heat-seeking plonk. Wow.
Yeah, can't really use the last 5 seconds any better than he did.
Yeah.
He is still alive. We are in Japan. We see both of them zooming into the poles, trying to see which region it is. Meanwhile, Kratzu finding a sign. And Saju is just slamming it down.
Yeah, first one to get the guess in. Matsu is where Kratzu is gonna go. At
Matsu.
least initially. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. North Coast guess confirmed by him. It's gonna be Satsu closer once again. And of course, with the multiplier stacking, we've seen it so many times today. I mean, for the players that can't close out the games fast enough, it can very easily come swinging right back towards him.
Yep. In the final seconds, Kratzu also saw a town name on the bus, which was actually the correct town.
Yeah.
But he is not like Saju where he can see a sign and instantly zoom into the 5K in 4 seconds.
If you could just do that every time, you'd be well off. Satsu is gonna go just north of Stavanger, in west coast, southwest
Stavanger.
coast, Norway. Kratzu is gonna join him. He's a bit further towards the east, and again, I mean, Kratzu does
Ooh,
not
even
really
more
need a
east.
whole lot of distance. Now he's gonna go even further. Once again, it's gonna be Satsu closer, and with the multiplier stacking, things are starting to look dangerous. Now into round 10.
Kratzu had a massive lead coming in, but now his lead has gone to nothing basically.
I mean,
600
yeah,
points
it's
only.
Effectively nothing at this
But we
point.
do see very free road. This should be the road in Northern Territories, and both of them instantly lining it up. This could come down. I feel like if Saju insta-sends this, he wins.
That's what Kratzu does.
I mean, he also found it, it seems like. Unless it's a different road. Wait, he's not on the same road.
No, he's on 58.
I thought the road
Saju
Saju
sits
is
on
on.
the
I
one.
think Saju is on the correct one. But I
We'll
could
see.
be wrong.
It's gonna be the comeback. It's not gonna be Kratzu. On point with this one.
On point.
Will take this one home. Moving goes his way. And yet another 10-round moving game. It was the same thing for Kratzu against Stepbray, but even if it got scary here, at least he's able to get out with a point. Guaranteed.
Yeah, it's always somewhat funny because even though the last round is the 10th round, usually the game ends in the round as well. So one player is dropping below 0 health.
Antenna. Is this where you count the different twists on the antenna?
You could, but you can already say that it's not the very long antenna, so you don't really count it. Because, I mean, you can
Here I
confirm it
am,
by
just
counting,
spitting meta facts, and I'm instantly being shut down by Siggy.
No, I'm like, you can count them, but you can also just see that it's not a long one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Still though, Satcho continuously looking back towards it. If he's not counting things, then what is he looking at? Like, it's the third time he looks at the antenna.
I think it's just confirming whether it's A-type or B-type or CA-type or CB-type.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, stuff you look at.
Let's see. You have the truck. It's been looked at by both players a trillion times at this point. Satcho is looking to go way further towards the east. It's going to put his marker down continuously even further. It's going to be right in between them. I feel like he was just there on the western side of Novosibirsk at one point, but opted to swing further east, and it's going to hurt. Also, now chat is confused. What is the difference between A-type and B-type antennas in Russia? Quick.
So basically, that just means where the first spiral is at the top. If it's right, it's A-type. If it's left, it's B-type.
There you go, chat.
And then there's mixtures of both. Where it's like,
oh no!
Really
Don't stop!
Yeah, no,
there's a 100-page doctrine written by Finbar for that exact reason, guys. Go study. Go study. Is Kratzo leaning towards Germany here?
Germany. That is very interesting. It almost looks like a white car, but again, could just be deceiving. If it's actually white car, what could it even be? I feel like nowadays it's a bit more. I mean, Sweden, obviously. And there's also the possibility of Luxembourg, but I prefer Sweden. And we have a Luxembourg and Sweden, so both of them using the car meta here. White car is pretty limited.
For Central Europe, this is almost the furthest distance you can get between two guesses. As we now get the guess in, and it's gonna be not in between, but almost on the northern side of Czechia, towards the Polish border.
Average meta enjoyers, just using the car color there without questioning anything else. We love to see it. And Toby, what do you see in the fences here?
Colombia.
That was very confident.
Yeah. As confident as Mara. Sometimes
Next time
you're
I'm
right.
gonna bait you with the question.
No, you don't have to. I just see those weird, like, it's as if it's just been whipped clean off a tree and been put into the ground. No, like, straightening of the branches or poles or anything. Just insta Colombia vibes.
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
And a broken antenna, is that a thing as well? For a regional guess in Colombia?
What do you mean broken antenna?
It looks broken, doesn't it? Like it's missing the end of it on Kratzo's screen.
No.
No, it's just...
That's the stubby antenna. It's always like
stubby
this.
Antenna. Fair enough.
Stubby antenna. Yes, sir.
Fair enough. I should have stopped while I was ahead. Went too far, and I got it wrong. As Kratzo now looking to go towards the northwest here. Medellin might confirm it. 2 seconds to readjust. Still, small readjustments being made, but none too massive. And this is going to be off by a bit. It's down towards the south.
Did you just say massive?
I do every now and again. And then I instantly
right.
look towards chat to see how many people go, massive?
Don't shame antenna's length. Yeah, that's true.
That is true. That was kind of toxic. I'm sorry.
What do we have here? Another blue card this time, 23. I thought... Oh, we have a lot of bikers, so that would put me in the Netherlands.
A marker on the tree. Is that a thing that Satsu is just looking at now?
It is maybe a thing, but
I mean, it definitely is, because if not, then it wouldn't be there. But is that something you can use to...
Yeah, there's a meta in Germany where you see a green tag on the trees, and it's usually Brandenburg in the east. That's helpful.
Well, now Kratzo sees it as well. But still, opting to sit in between Münster and Dortmund.
Well, somebody said quite confidently...
Satsu is over towards Berlin.
It could be Germany, because the sign looked German. Wait,
Kratzo.
Oh.
He's jumping back and forth right now. He doesn't seem sure at all. Are you just going to head shit? No, he's going to commit towards the west. It is going to be east. He was right there. He was sat just southeast of Berlin, but opted to change it, and that's going to cost him 3,000 health.
That's a lot of health to lose, especially after you said he was right there. Does make sense. We did see the 23 copyright with the blue car. As we see, very wide lines, which makes me think we're in Oregon.
Well, that's where Satsu is going. That's where Kratzo is instantly following.
Yep, instant lock from both, and well, you know what? Yeah, it's Washington, guys.
All the way up towards Seattle. And now, Kratzo, playing from behind again, really wants the 3 points here. We saw how close the race in between all the people on the cusp of qualifying for the EMEA Major. Kratzo is there, right in the middle of it.
We did just see a sign saying Kochi, which is the island he's on right now, and both of them finding, or not the island itself. The island itself is called Shikoku, but there's a prefecture that's called Kochi. Gotta correct that real quick. Both of them finding it, so no big points here.
There you are, a bit further towards the west. But close to the target nonetheless. Kratzo able to claw back a bit, but still sat at half health of Satsu. Cat letting us know where they would want the rounds to be. But I don't think any of them is going to be too pleased, because this is going to be Uruguay. I don't think anyone wrote that.
I mean, don't really know that many people who wish for a Uruguay round.
You know what? If there's one that did, maybe just someone lurking in chat, this one is for you, bro. Or girl. This round is for you. The one that was secretly hoping for Uruguay round. Here you are.
And I do agree with Satsu scanning more of the northern or eastern parts. That's kind of where you
all
get
of
the
chat was
hills.
hoping for Uruguay. All we had to do is give it
all
to
of a
them.
sudden, everyone's just a Uruguay enjoyer. Seems like.
Except for the one person that just says Uruguay is sad. It's toxic, you know? Yeah, it's toxic. But it's all the way up towards the border. Kratzo smiling, nodding, realizing that maybe there was something that could have sent him up there, but he didn't want to make the aggressive borderline play. Still sat behind. Here in round 8. Wants to, again, really wants 3 points in this game. And maybe this round can get him there.
Well, this round seems easy because we're just in Yakutsk.
Ah, of course.
We do have the slight white sliver at the front of the car, which is found there. And both of them instantly zooming into it as well. So,
but even within the Yakutsk area, is there not enough distance with 4.5?
no, because it's one of the smaller off-road, so it should be closer to the city.
Fair enough. I mean, there is still 60 kilometers between the guesses.
That's a pretty... I mean, 1,000 points is not nothing,
Yeah.
so...
Getting closer to round 10 as well. Those 1,000 points. I think Kratzu would have loved to be able to do damage to Satsu instead. But here we are. Now into round 9. He needs something big if he wants to 2-0 this one.
And this is definitely a big country. We are in Indonesia yet again. We do have these palms, which are usually found in Sumatra, but... I don't know if I want to trust them, especially because they look planted.
Sus palms confirmed. What else do we have to work with here? Anything on the roofing, fences?
We have such a mix of roofs, it's really hard to tell. Again, like, if you see a lot of mix roofs, I would always go Sumatra or Kalimantan, but it's very hard to tell.
I think Kratzu is trying to read the back of the car.
Wait, did Satsu read something there? Look at the screen.
Satsu has the sign on the right side as well. There is a very small text saying Pan... I cannot read it, it's too small.
Pandak Pesandan or something.
Yeah. There are some signs there in the distance. Kratzu hovering east or southeast Kalimantan. Satsu towards the west. Decent distance in between their guesses, and it is going to be closer to Kratzu. Very pleased with that one, screaming on the top of his lungs as he does manage to take this one home 2-0. Satsu frustrated with that one. He had a really good game going, but will have no points to show for in this matchup.
Yeah, very well played. As we see another celebration coming in by Kratzu. He is celebrating another 3 points added to the standings for him. Very well
He knows
played.
the importance of getting these points here. I mean, it's so insanely close on that cusp. And as you were saying earlier, I mean, they all want to get as far away from that cutoff as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get into the top 12 after, especially because I think he will have to get some type of points in the majors, and it's a very tough competition, especially in EMEA. I mean, you have probably the best 2 players in the world in there, so it's not gonna be easy. The only good thing for them is that RC switched from Romania to the US, so you don't have him as well in there, so otherwise you would have these 3 in there. You would have Consus, Blinky, RC, Debray. I mean, that's already such a high competition.
Pretty difficult, some might argue. Here you can see the other games have finished off as well. Clement able to take down Amani 2-0. That might make the potential for Amani to qualify not that great. And Sheena as well, losing to Finbar. Sheena would have wanted those extra points to maintain his distance to Kirania, who's currently trying to hunt him down. In-game. As we now set ourselves up for yet another Satsu game. This time it's going to be against Eamon. And then after that, it's going to be Clement versus Trishta. Kratzo Harrier taking place as well, but that's going to have an off-stream. I don't actually know who's streaming the off-stream games right now, but I'm sure chat can let chat know, and we'll be good. But here we see the updated leaderboard. Kratzo with the 3 points there. Going to set him up into 8th. So now it's Trishta. Malfunction. Right next to one another.
I mean, young Eddie 4 is probably live. I mean, Jadotra is probably not because he is feeling sick. That's why I jumped in today. But
also,
we are behind schedule, you know what? So
also, I should correct myself. It's not Sheena who is trying to stay ahead. It's Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
I stand corrected. It's Spaghetti who's on the cusp. So now, Eamon, Satsu. Gonna have this plan going. Honestly, I think for Satsu, yes, Kratzo had a really good guess in that final one there. But if Satsu plays exactly like he did there, he's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, it's not like he played really bad. It's just that Kratzo had a very incredible guess in the last round. Not only getting Kalimantan itself, but region guessing itself. I mean, one went west, one went east. Not the biggest difference. But we see on paper, Eamon favored in this matchup. But what do the numbers say in a game of GeoGuessr? Not
exactly.
too much.
I feel like the last couple of weeks have just been upset central. I mean, so many should win this game situations where they then end up not doing it. It's tricky, but here we are into round number 1, and what a place to be.
Yeah, what a place. Guatemala. Quite waiting for Generation 4 coverage because, you know,
No.
I feel like Generation 3 doesn't really give it justice. Oh, you mean no because you want to have the roof rack.
I like the roof rack. It makes it so much easier. You know what? I'll take new coverage if we can get roof rack as well in that one. Then I'll be okay with it.
Yeah.
I need some extra help, bro.
Just get better.
That is, yeah, true. Facts. Just get gooder. Is usually the way to go about it. Here you can get Kale Asfaltas. Maybe that's the company that is shipping concrete to, or asphalt to Bulgaria. Well, maybe it's just the name of the city. You might never know. Saban gets his guess on in. Satsu is going to go further down towards the city of Guatemala, in the country of Guatemala, and he's going to be closer.
Yeah, funnily enough, Guatemala is the capital of Guatemala.
Not confusing at all.
No.
And then we
With
go to
Rome.
Italy. Yeah,
Wait.
Italy confirmed.
That's quite nice.
Always nice when you get the capital on the sign instantly.
Yeah, don't know which town is more famous, Rome or West Leuden.
I'm not sure either. You'd have to think Rome, because it's further away, but it's still on the kilometer or miles indicator.
Miles. I love my freedom units.
Ah, yes, the logical ones that everyone likes to use. Is Boonville is where Eamon is going to go.
Boonville.
They both are in the same city, and that's going to be the 5K lineup. You know what? Make it a 10K at that. As a lot of info was available, and they're going to make the most of it. 10K comes through. We'll like to see it.
Yeah, 5K plus 5K equals 10K.
Thank you, in case
anyone was wondering. And we do see a co-partner here, Garut. Should be
another
knowable.
10K? Question mark?
I mean, there's no way they line up.
You say that. But
I mean, I say that because Eamon guessed from space.
have you ever heard of back-to-back 10Ks?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Maybe in the game of Blinky World Malfunction and moving, but
Could be. Could be. Still, though, both going to be close to target. A lot of good intel. Didn't even have to move down the dirt road. So this one is effectively a skipped round as well. So we now go in to round number 4.
I mean, there's still 7 rounds left to play. We just take a slow start to the game.
Potentially.
As we see the prediction coming in, saying, you know what, Saju is pretty good at South Africa moving. Meanwhile, Eamon, on the other hand, not as good. We do see some type of hills here to maybe use and make an educated guess. Saju finding a very good sign here. A very good one, N8.
Yeah, Eamon's gonna have that sign available now as well. And there you have it. Campbell, Greek Vastat.
Greek Vastat.
Scanning. Looking for the city.
Yeah, they both found the 8, but they haven't found the town names because they can sometimes be mislabeled. They sometimes have the, you know, the original name on the map.
Doesn't make things any easier. Well, that's not the case. As they do both get their guesses in. Eamon is going to be just a couple 100 meters off. Saju a bit further off to the side, but yet another great guess from Eamon.
I mean, not quite a 10k, but still very close to each other. As we see 4 rounds played, not that much health lost. We do spawn in
Sri Lanka.
India or Sri Lanka. We do have the 3 lines here though. Also these. We also have Candy.
Okay, so maybe not Sri Lanka. As soon as I see the text,
it is Sri Lanka.
I instantly go Sri Lanka. I feel like Sri Lanka has some of the most recognizable, like, alphabet. With all the letters just being round.
Ooh.
Incredible guess from Saju. Not sure if that was just quick sent down the middle. But then again, we've seen him get 5Ks that way, so why not sit 1.2 kilometers out as well?
Yep. And this could also be a 10k because we are somewhere in NT. We should be in Darwin or what's the other town called there? Even like Palmerston City, one of those two. Does he have a sign to Karama City Library? Maybe findable.
Could be. Big intersection. Have the road names available there as well. So 30 seconds to go. Both these players taking their time.
And he found a 5k. That's
there
one
you go.
5k down. Now the question is,
see if we can get another one.
Follow suit?
Double
like
10Ks in one day. Oh, the zoom.
Nope.
And the last second readjustments from Eamon. Zooming out now to see if he can find it. Not quite the case. Zoom. Also an intersection off.
Oh.
But luckily for him, not a 5k. Not that it's going to change much in the grand scheme of things. Still, a round run for him.
Yeah, so far it has been a pretty easy seed given the information. But now we also go to a very unique road in Russia, so both will know the road as well.
And what makes this road unique?
Just by the landscape. It's very dry. You would never get, especially combined with the mountains, you're just very close to Mongolia.
I was going to say, this is like a Argentinian vibe almost to it, if you look at the landscape.
Especially if you're confused, if you don't see the antenna and just a black car.
Yeah, you don't have any text, then you're like, wait a minute.
You know, obviously these players will not confuse it, but I could see.
Oh, you wouldn't hope so. Especially not since they actually do have text available. You'd have to imagine that they know exactly where to be. Saju trying to line it up. Will be close to it, but Eamon gonna be even closer. 4999. Minimal damage comes through once again. I mean, you said the seed has been pretty easy. Yeah. I don't know if that's been the case or if these two players are just playing incredibly, because both of them are sat at over 5k into round 8. That's
finally a country with big impact. We will see a US round. It looks like California with the black in the middle of the line. Interesting card plate there. Not sure what that was. We have
also
fronts.
Eamon becomes Eamon when he's Eamon the Demon. And I feel like today he's playing just like that.
I mean, he told me that he prefers people to say Emon, like Pokemon, like Emon.
People are so specific about their names.
Yeah, right?
I just have a name that isn't even my name. That makes it so much easier. Then I don't get to be specific about it.
Well, my name is also not Ziggy, so...
Wait, what? Your first name is not Ziggy?
Yeah, it's not.
What?
Not really.
Well, let's see. 10 seconds to work with. Saju is still yet to even open the map. Now he does. Looking to go towards California. Very close to where Eamon is as well. It's gonna be right in
Wow,
between
right
them.
in the middle. This game will go the distance. I mean,
Oh,
we
yeah.
only have 2 rounds left, and we have a
Yep.
difference of 400 points.
Tricky one for sure. We were thinking, chat, who's gonna take home this moving game? Because right now it's practically impossible to call it.
And we spawn on an area code in Brazil, so we might not see any damage here as well if both of them have practiced their
And that's where we
area
then get
codes.
Denmark round 10. For
Yeah.
the small countries to matter, you know?
And then we get assigned to Fredrikstad, and then it's over.
We'll see. Could be the case. A lot of info available here, but it's about trying to kind of cipher through what is useful information and what is not. Satsu gets the line up. Goes way inland. What are you thinking here?
I mean, both of them found the 66 area code, which is probably the biggest area code other than the Amazonian ones. I mean, it's all of Mato Grosso, so it's really hard to say. But it looks like he lined up the town.
Yeah, might just have it. Could be
Ooh.
yet another 5k. We'll see if he's going to get it. 3 seconds for Eamon to try and readjust. We'll do so in the last moment. It's going to be a bit further towards the east. I thought Satsu had the thing. He thought so too. It looked really solid. Oh,
Wait.
but it's going to be huge! They had the number, sure, but it was not going to be enough to even things out. And for Eamon the Demon, now sat almost 5,000 points ahead. He is looking very comfortable into this round 10.
Yeah, Eamon the Damon.
Eamon the Demon.
As we see, we do have a big country, so things are still possible for Satsu, but he needs to find information quick, make a good guess, and Eamon has to make some kind of mistake.
Chat goes Georgia. What are you thinking here, Ziggy?
Well, we do have no... Let me take a quick look at the plates. It does seem like we have no front plates, so Southern would make sense. I was like... Oh, wait, that's the North Carolina one? I mean, Michigan has similar ones, but they have an M for Michigan. Thank you very much. So you can differentiate those two. So Eamon should be in the right state here, which basically means I don't think there's any possibility for Satsu to win.
McDonald's? No. Just Subway. Fair enough.
I mean, I would prefer McDonald's over Subway. Hashtag no ad. not sponsored yet.
Virginia guess into South Carolina. It's round 10. You need something big if you are Saturn. It's not going to happen, as a matter of fact. Demon wins this round as well. It was close all the way through the first 8 rounds. Then Eamon able to separate himself coming into those final 2. Great turnaround for him as he gets himself 1 point on the board. Now headed on into round number 2.
Yeah, I really like this movie game.
number
It
2.
was very close, other than pretty much the Brazil round and then obviously the last round. But Eamon, no big mistakes, and
Well thought between the two.
Very well
This is
played.
also a very identifiable country, at least. Maybe specific islands too. I mean, they're both out there.
yeah, I mean, it looks very barren, so it has to be one of those islands. There's not that many islands covered in Gen 4. As we see, both of them lining up one island or another.
I figured out what how we get chat to talk. You just have to mention something with food. First
See,
they
that's
debated
why I
cheese
just
for
say
a half
something like-
hour, and then we say fast food. Now they're all going, no, this is better. No, that is
because
better.
nobody agrees on this. Like, nobody's saying, yeah, okay, everyone agrees that
True.
one is better than the other. So it's really easy to bait you people.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna set you up for a good debate here while we get this game going. Pizza or burgers? You don't get to answer, Siggy. This is just for chat to fight amongst
Bro,
one
I
another.
mean, that's the easiest question to answer.
I would agree, but chat might not. We'll see as this one goes through. Okay, bit further towards the west, right in between them, just 10 kilometers apart, as a matter of fact. 33 damage, not gonna be too much. As Satsu, a quick yawn. Gotta stay in the game, my man. Gotta stay locked in. You're down 1-0 already.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't yawn now. You're in a game of GeoGuessr.
Seems like chat is mainly pizza chat.
Yeah. I feel like you
respect.
can just do more with pizza. There's so much stuff
Just
you can
you
add
not
on
being
it.
creative enough. There's theoretically not anything you
I
can
mean,
put into a
please
pizza you
don't
can't put into a
start
burger.
with like kebab pizza or something, or like the curry
Make kebab
banana
burger.
pizza.
Why are we talking about food? Now I'm getting hungry. This is not good.
Yeah, I'm also hungry because I haven't had anything to eat.
Well, we asked for Satsu to stay locked in. We should probably be the same. As this second game. There's some distance in between their guesses. But not too much.
Nope. Not too much.
Zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out. It is going to be a bit further towards the northwest, but of course it being round 2, it's not going to amount to too much damage. 600 at that to set things off here.
Yeah, that's almost more points than they have lost in the first 8 rounds in the moving game. As we go into a turkey round, should be Sandiorfa with these rocks, and that's where Eamon instantly zooms in as well. I do quite like that guess. The good old rocks.
What sent you there? Just landscape vibes? Or is
The
there
rocks.
anything in particular? The rocks alone? Okay.
Just the rocks combined with the flatness and maybe also the ridge to the north.
Rocks and vibes.
Rocks and vibes and everything.
Yeah. I feel like that would make for a good beer bar.
Ooh, we
Rocks
do
and
see
vibes.
Statue with a very different guess. Not completely different, but he is very fun, like eastern and middle.
Commits to it. Up to set up shop all the way over towards the Azerbaijan border. Seaman doing micro adjustments further down towards the south. And it's going to be even closer. 1400 damage done here as he's able to maintain, or not just maintain, but separate himself by quite the margin after getting himself the win in what was a very close moving game. Now 4 rounds in, still undamaged here, no move.
Yeah, once you look at this, we do spawn in Russia again. We have the short antenna, which is blurred, which happens a lot in Perm, Ufa, also in southern, but this is way too green to be south. So we do see both of them zooming into kind of that region between Perm, Ishevsk, Ufa. That's kind of where you instantly think with this.
Well, that's where Eamon is going. Seems like Zatsu is joining him as well. Might have a road line up here as well. Do we get yet another 10k? We have the river. We have train tracks on the other side. See the antennas for them just there in the distance on Zatsu's screen. I think Zatsu might be cooking something here, but he doesn't seem too pleased with it. Hasn't put his pin down there just yet. He's looking further up the train tracks to try and see if he can get the city proper. Now trying to line it up with the road as well. It's going to be Eamon with the final login, and it is going to be a bit further down towards the south.
But Eamon's still closer, so still a flawless.
True.
Going on.
True.
Oh no, the pineapple on pizza debate is unfolding.
I respect it.
Oh, jeepers.
Then we can add the Swedish vibes to it and go banana on pizza, curry on pizza. Chat. It only gets weirder when you start ordering pizza in Sweden.
Okay, it says the
learned that.
spirit of South Alberta. So
That does help.
that's a good sign.
Then you should go to Alberta and then go south. I guess Calgary to some extent qualifies as south. Maybe you could go even further south. We'll see. Medicine Hat. Is that actually the name of a city?
Yes, yes. It's a pretty big
Oh, countries. Why?
city. I feel like that's a top 10 names in
What even is a medicine hat?
like
You know what, chat? Let us know what a medicine hat is, but you can't be right. You can only be wrong. I want to hear the best wrong guess of what a medicine hat is. Well, Satsu knew exactly what it was, because it was, as a matter of fact, in Medicine Hat proper.
that is pretty very funny.
It's actually downtown Medicine Hat.
Okay, what am I
And then
reading?
we go from Medicine Hat out into the wilderness.
Yeah, looks like the Philippines here. Tall palm trees here. Usually puts you towards the southern parts. We also see a pole top that makes it pretty much only Philippines. And both of them going south as well.
Yep, Satsu gonna lock in first. Eamon saying thank you. I will spend the last 15 seconds that I have available. It's not gonna go all the way towards the southeast. Would have gotten him a whole lot more off of Satsu's help. Or potentially even won in the game, but felt comfortable there still. 1,000 damage done. It's a good guess on his part. As Satsu now finds himself at half the health of Eamon. But, only 3 rounds left to get something done here. This is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, we are in Canada here with this car blur. Now the question is, where in Canada are we? Because we do have a straight north road, which usually only happens in the prairies, but this does not look like one of the states. So Eamon is like, okay, you know what? There is a grid in Val d'Or, something like that. And that is also north-south, and that's where he is instantly. On the other hand, we have a New Brunswick, and I don't hate that because the vegetation-wise, I do quite like more eastern, but it's a pretty hard round here.
Chad is in Sweden. Fair. Well, there's plenty of kilometers in between the guesses of the pros, so why not add another continent to the mix as well? Eamon is still looking towards Ontario, but seems like he's going to commit to Quebec. And glad that he did just that, because this could be game, and most likely will be. There you have it, 8,000 damage done, and Eamon able to net himself a solid 2-0 victory and 3 points in the bag.
Yep. 3 points for Eamon. I'm not sure if I don't think he needs them, but you know, rather have than need.
True.
Just like a German saying.
And that's, and this is, a tough day for Satsu because he gets 2-0'd earlier in a game where he really had something good going. And this one as well, the moving game, it comes all the way down to round 9 before anything goes against him. I mean, he is one of those players where if we do have World League or anything similar next year he comes back and plays, I would hope to see him grind all the way up until then and then sit among one of the top players.
Yeah, and he also beat Zigzag 2-0. We can't really take it away from him. I think it was to play his ways. So, I mean, especially after Zigzag beat Blinky, beating Zigzag 2-0, quite the accomplishment. But we go into a pretty important game for the standings yet again. We go into your representative from Denmark, Clement, versus Trichter. We just saw Trichter play. Took a loss, 2-1 loss against Marder. As we've seen in standings now, 3 points between 6 places here, and if Trichter wins 2-0, he is jumping right to Clement.
I like to think if Clement gets 3 points over this, he is not guaranteed, obviously, but very comfortably sat in the EMEA, kind of out of the bottom fight. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As Clement, we still don't have the golden bed frame back yet. Maybe we will at a future show, but not today.
I mean, you can't really stay at a 5-star hotel every single day.
I thought it was just his bedroom.
Even if you know the great wealth that lies in the country of Denmark.
True.
Trichter trying to read a very small sign there with a blue whale on it.
Might have something. He's looking towards the very east. Oh! He might definitely have something. He barely even looked at the city on the map before he clicked and logged in.
I trust him.
It seemed very committed to, so it would make sense that he's right on it. And there he is, right down the middle. 600 meters off, not going to complain about that. A 700 round 1 guess, and Clement is like, okay, I guess he just knew.
Yeah, I guess he just knew. But no big reaction from Trichter.
Can't be too pleased yet.
A quick little pause. I think Clement is typing.
He's like, bro.
He's like,
how
okay,
you do this?
Trichter is cheating. Can we restart?
Give me a chance, guys. This is unfair. I don't think that's what's happening. And now we wait. The guess was simply too good for the software to handle. Trichter was able to squint his eyes so hard that he could see what the text said on that little whale poster, and that broke the game. And now we wait.
Yeah, we do.
So, chat, Pepsi or Cola while we wait?
Do you want to hear my call?
No, I know we don't. We don't get to have our opinions in this. We are unbiased.
I have a very
casters.
interesting take. I have a very interesting one.
Oh, chat is going all over the place. We have Jolly Cola. We have Dr. Pepper. We have. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I don't even know what. I don't know what that is. But I respect it.
Pepsi is my favorite one.
That's fair.
Pepsi.
Coffee, beer, Faxe Kondi. I like it. Faxe Kondi is definitely my go-to as well. Lidl Cola. That's not even a brand. That's just
I mean, it's like the own
exclusively
brand.
legal.
Like it's like
It's their own,
really cheap.
their own
It's really
cheap brand.
yeah.
Fair enough. What's another good one that we can bring up while we wait for this game to get going? Ooh. No, actually, no, mind. I thought I had something good, but I didn't.
Oh.
And you know what? It's
don't need to
perfect
think.
because I just knew that we were gonna get into game number 2 or game number 1, round number 2, I should say. As we go here into
Thailand. We do
Yep.
have the Thai writing. We see a town name called Wang Muang, or maybe that's like a point of interest in the country. Not sure. Area code here, sadly, mobile. A lot of mobile phone codes in Thailand, sadly.
what was your interesting take? So you come with it. Chat is
Okay, my interesting take was that, like, if you take the normal one with sugar in it, then Coke is better than Pepsi, but Pepsi Max is better than Coke Zero.
Fair enough.
And I will stand by that. It makes
You know what? I respect it. I don't drink either of them, so that's okay. I respect it. We're all entitled to our own opinions. As Trishna will join the jump into Thailand. He's currently found himself out in the middle of a lake. Could be the right lake that he's now jumping off of.
they are right on each other.
Oh,
and
it
they're in
was the
correct
right one. It was the right one. So Trishna, 2 rounds in, able to maintain his lead. As chat goes crazy over soda. I respect it.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, to just shut the discussion, I mean, Paulaner Spezi is better than any Coke, so...
I don't even know what that is.
Tough. Well, I should bring one to Copenhagen.
By all means. By all means. As we get into round number 3. Clement is, far east coast Brazil here. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what
we
he
do
saw.
see a
Oh, there
phone
you have
code
their
79.
phone
That
code.
should be north.
Oh,
mean,
they're
that is
both
definitely
down
where
here.
Trichter is guessing.
is it bait?
Nope. But it seems like both of them get it.
Yeah. I thought that when you said north, they were actually like northern Brazil,
That is north.
not just north of the city.
Yeah, I guess.
You had to be confused there for a second. That's a great total of 36 damage come through, but still enough for Trishta to lose the potential of a flawless moving game against Clement. Again, should underline the importance of this matchup. It doesn't sound like it with the things we were talking about mid-round, but it
I mean,
really
we are
is.
starting off the game a bit casual, you know, the
It
multipliers
really
are building
is
up.
quite the crucial game here between these two players, as the World League is coming to an end. It's gonna be weird not getting to cast GeoGuessr every Sunday. Ooh, good info available for Trishta.
Yep, that's a very good one. And you know what they say about all good things? They must come to an end.
True. Quick guesses on the side of Clement forces Trishta to move a bit quicker. Found the road, but couldn't quite find the exact area on it.
Yep, I mean, both had like state highway signs given, but they were both 3 digits. And usually, if it's not 1 or 2 digits, it's pretty pointless looking for them.
True.
Very hard to find. Another Japan round here. Let's see. Good sign for Clement here, it seems.
Definitely.
We should be in Kyushu, though.
Trishta going downtown Kumamoto. We'll see if it's going to pay off for him. Ooh, Clement.
Ooh.
Going all the way Okinawa. And it's going to be on the very southern tip of mainland Japan. 3,000 damage. Not sure what sent Clement down there, but again, it's a tricky,
not sure either.
tricky case of info finding.
Because I think the pole tops were right for Kyushu. I think he saw maybe the palm trees. There were a few.
Yeah.
So that might have swayed him towards even more south. As we see, the prediction says, you know what? Trichter is very, very good at Argentina.
Definitely. We'll see if that's going to be the case. At the end of this
Quick
round, as
luck.
once again, Clement is quick on the guess.
And he is looking at a sign, so I'm inclined to believe it says something helpful.
Goes a bit further inland. It's going to be right down between the two again. Clement would have wanted that one to be closer, but still able to win the round as we head into round number 7 with him sat 2,800 points down.
And we do we get a Bangladesh? Let's see if somebody can make something out of the text here. Seems like the actual district name is cut off because it's missing a piece.
Toxic.
Bit unfortunate, but seems like Trish does, you know what? I will not read anything. I will just, guess base of the landscape.
Yeah. Sometimes you vibe guess and you vibe guess right. Clement goes back to the sign and go, wait, if he guessed already, he must have looked at the sign as well and seen something I did not see, because I was here first. But not quite getting exactly that. Clement is going to follow the western border up the side. Should have opted to stay down towards the peninsula, though. Or the very tip of it, because that's where he was initially. Took himself away from more points.
But we are getting to a point where the multipliers are getting very, very high. We do get another Japan. Maybe not something Clement wants to see after the round he just had, but the scoring still says, you know what, Clement is very, very good. We do have the arrow, which is, I mean, you can't really see it on Clement's screen, but there was the yellow arrow, which usually puts you in the region where he is, near Hiroshima.
Good indicator here. Double road lines, but not a whole lot of time to try and get something going with it. Trishta is a bit further towards the east, and it's actually going to be on point. Good guessing on the side of Trishta. He had a micro readjustment there in the end that sent him even further away, so that could have been game. Had he been on point with it, or at least very close there too. Still, Clement now sat just over 800 health. We'll try and see if he can somehow in 2 rounds catch up to 4,000.
Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that... Hey, I wanted to read that.
Oh.
Anyways.
I can find you the lyrics. I think I know the song.
Oh, it's a song.
Wait, you know.
I thought it's just like...
You're
What?
trolling. Okay, never mind.
Wait, I'm not trolling. I don't know
You're
what you're
definitely
talking about.
trolling.
I'm not. What song is it?
Google the lyrics. Or, just Google the first 2 words. You should know this song.
What was the first 2 words?
Bro.
I have bad memory,
Bro. Trolling.
Okay, guess I will not know. Yeah, I just don't know what song that is.
It's literally just called Amazing Grace. But that's okay. We'll keep moving. We'll keep moving.
Yeah, I'm not a religious person. What am I supposed to know?
Fair enough. Trish up in Winnipeg, or close there too. Clement a bit off towards the west. 5 times multipliers could hurt like hell if Clement doesn't come out close up in this round. And oh, he will, but only by 9 kilometers.
And you know what that means. 1 round, 1 dream, 4k points. Difference.
Clement would want Denmark always, except for right now.
Unless it's Bornholm and he gets...
Oh, that is also true.
Is
downtown
doable.
Dhaka round.
I mean, you could lose that many points. He does find a sign, though.
You gotta be quick, though. You cannot give Trish the time here.
The question is, can he find it in time?
I mean, can Trish just go downtown Dhaka and win regardless of how border Clement is?
I mean, unless it's in the very far northwest or very far southeast, I feel like he will be safe. But it's 5.5x.
Maybe they saw something we didn't, I'm not sure. He's taking his time with it. "17 seconds to work with. Trishta stuck in traffic, trying to move his way further forward.
Yeah, it seems like Clement has been
He's not
looking
even
for
put
it.
his pin down. Now he does, but with this distance in between him, I mean, it's really not going to matter too much. The lead should be too big, unless if you're 5k, and even then, I don't think it's going to be there, and it's going to be all the way down the coastline. Will win the round, but it's not going to be enough. The lead simply too big for Trishta already. So it's going to be Trishta out 1-0 here in the game of moving. And I guess, I mean, effectively, that just makes things even more exciting, because Clement and Trishta were sat, what? 3 points apart coming into it. So if Trishta wins this one, that is them tied.
Yep, it would be very big for Trichter here. He basically needs him at this point because he also has Malfunction in his back, which also has a lot of games left still. So he needs to watch out for her. He also needs to watch out for Mada, who he just lost to. So this could be a very, very important game. Winning this no-move game would be crucial.
Let's see. Out in the open. Clement instantly zoomed in on Thailand.
Yep, we do
That's
have the
the
concrete
pavement
pavement.
forward.
Driving
Yep.
left.
Trishta chilling on the west side of Bangkok. Clement out towards the east.
Yeah, I really like Western here. Western or North. Usually not that many hills where Clement is guessing, but it could just be a hedge.
Very well could be. He's going to go even further down the peninsula. Towards Kirikan, and it's going to be a good guess on that one. 23 kilometers out. That's the type of guess you would have wished that he had in the end of that previous moving game, but wasn't quite the case. Great guess coming through from Clement to get into round number 2.
Yeah, decent start. Getting the confidence up a bit after that loss in the first game. Now we are in Peru here.
Beautiful location.
These houses look pretty southern. We see a lot of brick. But Clement actually a bit further north than I would have imagined it to be. But honestly, Peru is kinda notorious for being hard to reach and guess. The only thing you can confidently say it's not northern. He said before it's north.
I was just gonna say it before
if
you
this is
jinx
north,
yourself.
then yeah, I might just retire.
Could be. We'll see. We will see in just a moment who's gonna be right. Clement going straight down the middle. Chulkui. Does he know something we don't? Maybe. Trisha locks in with a second to work with. And it's going to be down there towards the south. 500 kilometers separating the two. 2,000 damage done. It's not how you want to start off this one when you're already down 1-0.
Yeah, and for Trichter, this is already big. Good start. He needs those 3 points desperately. As we go into the US, it seems like. Could be Canada. But my immediate thought was just northeastern US.
Yet a game, or yet a day with a lot of America rounds. I feel like in the beginning of the World League, we didn't get a whole lot of them, but then the last, like, 2-3 weeks, it's just been America on repeat. And Canada, for that matter, just North America in general.
Yep, and we didn't get any Denmark rounds today.
That is
so
true. I'm saving it. I'm
it's a
saving
very
it for the finals.
disappointing day.
It's okay. EMEA Major is going to be exclusively Denmark seed. I respect it.
Damn. Toby casting EMEA Majors confirmed? League?
Doesn't matter if I'm casting it. I'm just saying it's going to be only Denmark rounds.
Okay.
And I'll sit in chat and 5k everything. It's fair.
Good.
Well, both of them going to be in and around Ottawa, Montreal. It's going to be Clement closer. By quite the margin, actually. Able to claw back and now find himself in the lead. So 2 big swings in round 2 and 3. Now we have Clement up by 600 points.
Yeah, already a back and forth here.
Ooh, bots round.
Yeah, cheeky little Botswana round.
Rare Botswana.
Interesting, the soil feels western, but the coverage feels more eastern. And we see Clement. I'm not sure if he knows something because he's lining up something very specific.
It's his bro who's walking down there. He was stood
Well,
up there
Trichter
waiting
also
for
lining
weeks.
up.
Trichter is in Gansi. Don't think I've ever said that city name before. Maybe he's looking for... Can you grid your way through Botswana?
You can, even though this does not seem like a very consistent grid. As you can see, it curves down there. And you have a lot of off-roads going up here. Funny thing is, Trichter started off in Maun, and now Clement also ending up in Maun. So it seems like both of them in the same city. No, we see a switch.
Ooh. Small readjustments there in the end of it. And it's going to be way further towards the south. Could have been big points for either one of them. But a tricky route to really pinpoint where you were. No text, no nothing of big value. I'm trying to guess that one.
Yeah, I did say the
Mars.
soil was western. Mars. Okay, what actually is this? Because we
Mars
are...
and a nuclear power plant in the distance.
Oh, it's
Whatever that
one.
was.
It's the one road in Israel. Yeah.
Seems like
But
Clement knows.
I mean, Trichter will also get to Israel here because we do have black car long antenna, and it's not Russia and it's not Spain. So I would hope Trichter to get this as well.
Is there a chance though that had Clement insta-guessed? Because he was down there already. Now he's trying to
Yeah,
line up a 5k.
I feel like
that
he
maybe
could have thrown
Trichter
it
wouldn't
off.
have gotten it?
Yeah, that might have been a possibility because he still isn't sure because the plate doesn't look
And now
yellow.
he's there.
But he gets it. Okay.
And it took him a while to commit to it. Obviously, I mean, had the guess come through faster, maybe he would have had to try and guess, but he's not feeling too comfortable with it.
Quick.
Almost jumped north, but good on him that he didn't. Stayed down and ends up winning the round because of it.
Yeah, and it's so close now. We did play half the rounds now, and both of them slightly above 3k health.
Almost tied in scores as we go out into the open.
And what do we have here? My initially thought was France, but then I considered maybe something like Austria, but I feel like France is good.
Insanely flat. Oh, there's some hills there in the distance.
Yeah, that would be like the biggest elevation in Denmark.
Yeah, almost. Almost. Doesn't really tell me Denmark, though.
Trichter looking at the dirt. I like it.
You know what? In a round like this, where you have, what,
You know,
a couple
might as
of windmills, why not?
It was just looked so funny. It was like, yep, that's
Downtown
definitely
Paris.
this.
I could see Eiffel Tower from there. Easy guess from Clement.
Yeah. Both kind of the same vibe, northern France.
I'm just gonna go a bit further towards the east of Paris proper. Trichter opts to stay up towards the north. And it's gonna be Clement closer, out towards the east. That's where it was, and just like that, now he finds himself ahead. But again, I mean, it's a back and forth game, and I guess for Trichter right now, at least he has the comfort of being up 1-0 already.
Yeah, we'll definitely see a bit of a decider in one of the multiplier rounds. We do have Kyushu pulled up. We do have a Kyushu guy wire, so nobody will miss this round. Unless... Because Clement seems very sure, but Trichter, not really sure. We also have the Transformers, which are Kyushu. We have the guy wire. Trichter will.
What I'm hearing on you is just Kyushu.
There's so much meta for Kyushu. Every single meta that exists for this is there. So
Trichter is gonna go Oida. So even if they're on the same island, still gonna be with a bit of distance in between the two. Oh, now readjusting. Oh, nice guess from Clement. 7 kilometers off. Out on the peninsula. It might actually have just been over on the other side. I can't make it out on the...
I can't tell either. He could have been in the waterfall. I know. I don't know
True,
if
it
there's a
was right in
land bridge.
between.
I don't know if there's.
What
a
do we
land
have
bridge.
here?
Ooh, no car. Looks like Austria again. What do we have? Car meta?
There's antenna.
Do we have
Think,
antenna?
right? Micro antenna in the bottom of the frame, or maybe we'll just...
If there's
a weird
antenna
pixel.
without any color, that also makes a lot of sense for Austria. But this does not feel like Austria. This looks like Czechia or Poland. But somewhere in that vicinity of countries. I feel like
Well,
Czechia, Austria, Poland, maybe
Close
Slovakia.
scoreline and multiple countries up for grabs here. Could be big points.
I mean, Trichter is pretty good at Europe, but I don't know if he kept up with all the new car meta and stuff. This is not the easiest round. Wait.
Clement plunking Moscow. Okay.
Is it 21 copyright? But then there can't be antenna though. If it's Russia, there's no antenna.
They're both in Moscow.
Okay, so we don't have an antenna.
No, it might have been me seeing it wrong, but let's see. They're both just gonna go downtown Moscow. Let's see if they're gonna be right about it. And it is gonna be just off towards the northwest.
Well, that is definitely not Austria, but as we see, Clement kind of like building his lead a bit, but with this multipliers, I feel like it doesn't really matter. We have 2 rounds left to play, and we start off in Canada again. Looks like Nova Scotia with the trees. Could be Newfoundland. Or is there Quebec Bollard? Wait, that looks like a Quebec Bollard. But that looks like an Ontario pole top. Okay, I'm very
All I see is bad pavement, so I'm instantly going Bulgaria on this one.
Can you stop saying Bulgaria?
Because that's what
like
you
that?
told me, right?
Can you stop saying Bulgaria like that?
Bulgaria.
Oh my... Yeah, Bulgaria.
Oh, Bulgaria.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting information here. I feel like the pole top screams Ontario, the Bollard, whatever that is, looks like Quebec. As we see, Trichter hasn't opened his map yet.
Yeah. With 5
And
times
he's BC.
multipliers, it's dangerous.
Ooh,
He's British Columbia.
Ooh, I did not think that, but...
Oh, game.
Oh.
Nova Scotia. He's zooming.
Oh.
He's clicking. No, not clicking. He's staying. And it's gonna be
Ontario.
way further Ontario. GG, 11,000 damage done. And we are headed into NMPC.
Yeah, he might have missed that one pull top. It was pretty hard to see. That was definitely an Ontario one, but...
It's Ontario.
Ontario.
And here we go. NMPC, be ready for the face zoom. Yup. Actually,
So for
Trish,
the
they're not moving as
map
much as I
zoom.
thought he would.
I mean, there's nothing to zoom in for. But there's
suppose.
nothing down the road.
Quick guess. Like Clement, north of Johannesburg. Towards Polokwane. Which I'm sure I 100% said correctly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, no
You,
doubt.
you definitely got that correct.
Yeah. You're gonna comment on my Bulgaria, then I can say anything exactly the way that I want to. As we now go into round number 2, Clement in the lead, albeit a small one of that.
And we get a cheeky little Brazil, it seems like, with the red soil. Let's see what the prediction says. It says, you know what? Clement's pretty good.
Pretty decent, some might argue.
I feel like the standard guess is Minas Gerais here. Could be Tocantins or Goiás. Somewhere along these lines. But we do see both of them kind of zooming into a very similar area. Both in Minas.
What do you have to work off of outside soil?
I feel like the grass
Yeah?
might be helpful.
Minas exclusive grass. Let's see if they're gonna be right about it. It's Clement, first one to log in. Tocantins where Trishta is looking, but not committing to make the move, at least not yet. It's gonna stay in place. And good for him for doing, because it gets him closer to the target. It was further up towards the north.
Yeah, and you
Some of the
could
damage
see
done.
Trishta looking at further north before he ended, and he switched a bit further north because he was looking like, is this northeast? It is a pretty risky guess to go for. As we get a cheeky Oman.
Oman dust.
Yeah, not much going on here, landscape-wise.
That is true. I'm seeing
Just-
2 bushes, and that's about it.
2 bushes, rocks, dirt.
Clouds.
Yeah, surprisingly there are clouds, but it does not look like it rains a lot.
See,
Trishta has some very interesting facial expressions during the rounds.
it's full focus mode, man. Like those POV footages of drummers whenever they're playing concerts. Full focus mode. Whatever they need to do with their faces to play to the best of their ability. I have full respect. Let's see. Still not put his pin down. Now it does, going all the way down towards the south, readjusting a little bit at the end of it, but still way further south. Then Clement. So Clement is going to get himself a good round here. 1,800 damage done. Putting him up a pretty substantially, 1,300 points.
Yeah, classic Oman round. You go south, it's north. That's just how it is sometimes. Now, Toby, I might need your help on this round.
Yes. What do you need my help with?
Is it Kenya, actually?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well then,
Welcome.
well then I don't need you anymore. Thank you. That was only a one
Yep.
round.
See you next round. Bye-bye.
Is he gone? Seems like it.
Oh, I'm back. What? What are we talking about?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Anyways.
I can't leave you solo on the mic for too long. It's dangerous.
To be fair, that might be a bit dangerous. That's a brand risk right there.
Exactly. First up,
Well-
first one to log in. And, well, Clement there to follow. Not too much distance in between the two. It's going to be up towards the north.
Yeah. Bit of damage for him. Now we can definitely speak of an even game again. And very interesting to see how Clement always zooms in instantly. And he does go Mendoza here.
Insta Mendoza vibes. Seems like Trishta is there to join him. What is the Mendoza easy guess? Is it fall coverage or
Yeah,
How
I
do they
think just
know?
the vegetation and also the orientation of the grid. It was like slightly northeast, and as you can see, the whole city kind of leans southeast. I think that's how they got it.
Yep.
But impressive that both of them end up there.
Impressive, that's for sure. Now, we go into round number 6. Multiplier starting to get a little extra spicy. And what better than an India round to give them that on? But I say that,
Yeah.
and then they both go into the same region.
Sadly, a holy pole, which is only Gujarat. So
Holy
basically, it's a skip round here. The good old holy pole also exists in India.
We're chilling. I feel like I'm sitting and trying to kind of mentally play the game with these guys while this is going on. Because, again, the importance of coming up victorious here, getting that extra point could really, I mean, effectively be the difference maker in whether or not you make it to the MEA Major. These two guys are sat tied in points, and effectively now as well with it being 1-1. And they're both right on the cusp of qualifying.
And wow, Trichter thinking about Maluku here. We did see both of them in West Kalimantan right now.
I think he commits. It does indeed. Clement, though, closer. It's all the way out towards the shoreline. It's going to be able to separate himself even further. Now up just over 2,000 points coming into round 8.
That was a really good guess by Clement, not only getting West Kalimantan, but also getting it very closely as we... I was about to say this looks like New Zealand, but I actually can't tell whether it's New Zealand or Australia. That tree, what is that tree to the left? That looks massive. I don't think that exists in New Zealand.
I could see Frodo walking over that hill.
If it's New Zealand, Trichter 5K, but I didn't think New Zealand just because I've never seen trees like this.
And Clement now looking New Zealand as well. Could just be kind of a camera bug, I guess, at the angle. Since it's almost on the end of the fisheye, that maybe it makes it a little bigger than it would be.
I mean, I don't know, but
We'll
could
see.
Both of them getting the same region in New Zealand. If it's New Zealand, they are very close. It should be somewhere east. If it's not, then it's not.
If it's not as a round, they both would have wanted to go Australia on. Let's see what's going to be the case. They both opted to go east side. New Zealand, they're both going to be close to the target once again. So that tree does in fact exist in New Zealand. Who would have thought?
Yeah, haven't really seen it in size like that. That was not normal.
Mega tree confirmed. As we're now going to the next one. Western Ukraine is where Clement is initially looking.
Ooh, the prediction with scores that are pretty low. Now the question is, does that mean that we are not in Ukraine but rather Russia? But
True.
it could
Also,
just mean
chat
that
can confirm we have just crossed 91,000 followers here on Twitch. So claps in the chat for yourself. You guys are absolutely incredible, and the continuous support is shown in the tournaments and everything that we do. Viewerships keep increasing by week after week. So love having all of you guys here. Good on you for being as cool as you are.
can only second that.
Kharkiv. Kharkiv. Jump. Clement can't make up his mind.
Meanwhile, Trichter hasn't put his pin down yet.
True. He is zooming in and out Kharkiv as well. Clement opts to go down towards Dnipro. We'll see if it's going to be right. Nope, it's going to be
Russia.
way into Russia.
It is Russia. Trichter opting to go the border, gets 700 points for it, but that means he has only a singular round left
Yeah.
to take this game.
Tricky and NPC at that, but much needed points for Trichter. Now let's see if this is in fact Brazil. The country is definitely big enough for
It is
Trichter to be
Brazil.
able to come out victorious.
It is Brazil. With these palms, you usually consider Maraba or Acre. To me, it looks more like Maraba, that's in Para. And we do see Clement kind of doing like the, you know what, there's either here or here with the map. He's switching his guess back and forth, basically saying, you know what, guys, if I get this wrong, this is my other guess. Right now, going for Para.
Big round. Deciding one at that. Trichter somehow needs to catch up 1,900 points to Clement. with the 5.5 times multiplier. It's definitely possible, but it is by no means easy. NMPC all the way into round 10. We said it was going to be an even match between the two. Let's now see Trishta.
Oh, he goes
Found his
back.
marker in there. Very far southwest.
Very risky guess. Let's see where it is. And it
He's
is!
going to get it! What a commitment!
18,000 points. He's like, you know what?
Wow. Frustration in the face of Clement. Again, knowing the importance of getting these points, not only because we're at the last couple of matches of the World League, but also because these two guys are sat right next to each other on the leaderboard. Insane game that really went the whole way.
I mean, yeah, we are working overtime today because we're already 15 minutes over the supposed end of the show.
That's true.
We had so many games going to NMPZ. Pretty much every game. So let's take a quick look if we have any more results. We do have Kratzu winning against Harrier, another 2-0.
Big game. Harrier's been playing really, really well, but Kratzu, I mean, again, in desperate need of points, trying to secure his spot for EMEA, getting the 2-0 versus Satsu earlier, and then taking on Harrier here as well. 6 much-needed points.
Yeah, also not the worst day for Trichter. He gets 3 points out of 2 matches. Maybe was hoping for a bit more there, but two very impressive fought matches, I would have to say. As well as Mada against Clement, it was very, very close until the end. I mean, it went to round 10 in NMPZ. It can't really get any closer than
True. It definitely was a tight one. What a finish and what a close race we have now. I mean, here we see the updated standings. Clement still... Are they updated?
They should.
Okay, I just thought Trishta and Clement were tied coming into this. No, he was 3 points ahead. Never mind.
Yeah, now he's 2 points ahead. That makes sense.
So now just 2. But you can see with Kratzu beating Harrier, that should set him pretty comfortably into EMEA Major.
Yeah. And what we also see is Malfunction and B89 still have the chance to overtake Mada, Trichter, because they have a lot of games still to play. I mean, B89 didn't play today because he was sick. So he has 4 games next week. Malfunction also, I think, is playing today, later today, and next week as well. So she also has 4 games left. So especially for her, there's a lot of room still.
Definitely. We are waiting for this interview to be ready. I believe we have Clement joining us in just a few moments. It's going to be an interesting talk with him. And also, I can say that after this show is done, I'm going to go over and do a Between Two Plonks show where I'm going to be joined by Zigzag. So there's that to look forward to as well. Gonna hop on over and watch that over on my channel after we're done here. And then, of course, later tonight, there's going to be even more GeoGuessr to be played, where a lot of very important matches are going to be taking place as well. We can see tonight's lineup here, starting off with Pan versus Lenley. A big one, and then Strefan versus Malfunction. I mean, for Pan, for Malfunction as well, they really need points to try and qualify. Consus we get to see play. I mean, Orlando is in already, obviously, but still, some really, really good games to come by tonight.
Yep. We do see Armani playing 2 more matches. He did play 1 match already. He did lose that one, so I think his chances are very slim at this point, so he basically needs to 2-0 every single game, and the others have to play in a certain way that he somehow gets in. So
yeah,
it's going to be very tough, especially the way Pan is playing. I'm quite excited to see Pan against Stanley. It could be very close.
Definitely could. But of course, as you can see up there, for those of you guys who might not be in Central European summertime right now, this is taking place tonight in just about 4 hours, minus 17 minutes. Is when these matches will be played. So not yet. Chill. But we still have an interview to get through. And also, if you want to, you can buy tickets now for the World Cup Finals, which is obviously being the World Championship. I knew I was going to get it wrong eventually. Which has been announced. It's going to be in Copenhagen the last weekend of August. Get your tickets now over at geoguessr.com. Also, if you want to add to the prize pool of the tournament, you can subscribe here on Twitch. All the money from the Twitch subscriptions go to the prize pool. And if you do subscribe, not only do you help increase the prize pool, but you also become put in your ticket for a raffle in which you can win a GeoGuessr goodie bag, where you can get hoodies, hats, and all kinds of cool stuff. And the winner of this week, let me just see if I can find the name.
It's Car27_.
There you go. Say it again so everyone hear it.
Carl27_.
Carl27_. There you are. So if you're in chat right now, or if you hear this later, make sure that you check your Twitch DMs, because the admins will be reaching out to you, or the mods will be reaching out to you to congratulate you on winning this week's raffle. So if you want to, subscribe here on Twitch. It's much appreciated. Also, if you do plan to make your way to Copenhagen for the World Championship Finals, GeoGuessr has a partnership with Quality Hotel View in Malmö, where you can get a 15% discount during the weekend. So if you want to stay in Malmö, get to see 2 countries at the same time, you can hop on over there and enjoy your time there as well. Plenty of options available for everyone to come out and appreciate. And also, even more so, we have so many call-outs today. If you're planning to go to the EMEA Major, you can get up there. You can use the discount code GeoGuessr and get 20% off. Whether you go there for just 1 day, whether you go there for all 3, you can get a discount for the tournament. So, yeah. Plenty of discounts, plenty of good deals if you are a GeoGuessr fan. I guess this is really just, showing that there is so much GeoGuessr coming your way. And I'm like...
It's a good year. It's a good year.
Yeah, exactly. With how insanely much there's been already, I'm like, wait, but this is only until August. What about the last half of the year? What are we doing then? Or not last half, but last third, I suppose. What are we doing then? But that's for us to find out later down the line. For now, we have an interview ready. And we welcome to the conversation Clement. Clement, hello, bro. How are you doing? Tough match we just saw there, but how are you feeling after it? It was a close one.
I'm feeling alright. I mean, it was a very close game. The NMPZ was like, whatever. It was NMPZ, Amazonian, Brazil. What can you do? I guess actually made sense, but like, that was just, very 50-50, I think. The moving was a bit unfortunate because I saw like a couple of pawns on that Kyushu round, and then I decided to commit Okinawa, which sometimes has similar infrastructure, but like, yeah, it didn't pay out on this particular round, so yeah. But I'm still happy I got a point in the move. So yeah.
Nice. I wanna hear from you, of course. There's only 1 week left to play for some. Some are playing more games today, but for you, there's 1 week next week left to play. How are you feeling? Looking at the leaderboard for the EMEA Major, is it getting scary, or are you feeling comfortable, or how are you?
I think right now I'm doing okay. I definitely needed, I was fighting an uphill battle for the past couple weeks, so I needed a lot of points. But I've been able to getting like a lot of 3-point victories, which have been very important. So now I think I would like to get like a couple of points, 2 points maybe next week, but I think that should be enough to qualify for EMEAs. So I'm pretty happy now, I think. Yeah.
Nice. Siggy, any questions from you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because there was one game off stream today that you played. It was against Armani. Did you have any... Maybe you can talk us through how the game went. Obviously, you won 2-0, so you definitely won, but how did the moving game go? How did the no-move game go? Was there any interesting things?
To be honest, I don't really remember too much about the game.
Too long.
There was a Russia round. It wasn't even that long, but there was a Russia round which we both missed and was pretty scary. It was on moving without any information, like moving Gen 4. We both went Western Russia, and it was actually Tomsk, so that was pretty scary. Other than that, it was like, I think I played pretty well. Most moving rounds, I was able to get very close, like finding information. There was a Canada round particularly where it was like very northern Alberta, and I was lucky to scan the correct area. So we had a road information, and Armani did not, like, it looked very urban, so it was pretty baity. So yeah, the moving went pretty well, and the no move also was a bunch of countries that I'm pretty used to region guess, so it went pretty well overall.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Lastly, I want to ask you, of course, we know it's a close race right now for the EMEA Major. We know we have a chance of making it all the way to the World Championship Finals, which, of course, has been announced a while back now that it's going to be in Copenhagen. Maybe it's an easy to answer question, but I want to hear it from you anyway. How much would it mean, being the only Danish player in the World League right now, how much would it mean to you to qualify for the finals in Copenhagen in August?
That would mean the world. I've played so much, I've grinded so much the game during the past year. All of that for the objective. Getting into the Europe Major is already a huge achievement, but the ultimate achievement that everybody in the World League wants to get to is like getting to the World Cup, of course. But yeah, it's gonna be very hard, but I'm definitely gonna do everything I can to be the first and only Danish so far to get to that point. So yeah, definitely gonna fight everything I can to get there.
There you go, man. Good stuff. Nice to hear from you, and looking forward to see your matches to come. Any final shout-outs you want to do to fans, viewers? There was a lot of support for you in the chat today. Anything you want to say to the people cheering you on?
I mean, shout out to everyone from Denmark and also from France who's been supporting me so far. Shout out to Gabriel, Gio, Kratsu, and Mikowai for all the training we've done together and all the help they've given me so far. And yeah, shout out to my family and friends back at home as well.
Nice. Thank you so much, Clement. Best of luck to you in your matches to come.
Thanks.
Hope that we get to see even more great guesses coming out from you. And hopefully, for Clement, he'll be able to make it all the way to Copenhagen to represent Denmark in the tournament. But what a day, Siggy.
Yeah.
So many games that went all the way to round 10. It really is showing that we are hitting the max, the peak performance from some of these players, because they are playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I mean, the performance has been uphill from the start. I mean, we started off, viewership was pretty low, but now look at the viewership we have and how the players are playing. I mean, especially some people improved a lot in modes like moving, where they had not that much experience with, but as you can see, even somebody like Zigzag does it now. I feel like he's doing pretty well at moving, so it's quite nice to see.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, not sure what I want to say, because, you know, I don't know if it's my last time casting, because I was not supposed to cast today, but next week the last one, so I don't know if Geologis is taking over next week, but...
I don't know.
Well, if Geologis is taking over next week, then I would just like to say it was an amazing experience casting for the World League. I mean, it was... Yeah, I mean, it feels like forever ago when it started, but it was over so quick at the same time.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you everyone for being there all these weeks, and yeah, it's been a blast casting, honestly.
It's been fun working with you too, Siggy. I was waiting for the "with you" in the end of the sentence there, but it never came. But it's fair enough. I see how it is.
Because you also started off with Geologis, so I don't know. I don't want to say.
Fair enough. Yes. Fair enough, guys. That's gonna do it for us here today. Again, I'm gonna hop over and do a talk with some pro players here in a moment over on my channel, so you can hop on over there and follow and watch along as well. But until next week, or until tonight, go out and play some more GeoGuessr.
Dear fans of GeoGuessr, it's time for us to explore the world. Come and support your favorite players as they fight it out in the virtual boxing ring. The prize? A ticket to the World Cup. This year's major locations are Japan, inside the iconic Tokyo Tower. United States at DreamHack Dallas, one of the largest gaming festivals in the world. And finally, Sweden at the newest gaming festival, Glitched, in Jönköping. Go to geoguessr.com/World Cup for more information. We will see you there.
I got a chance to see Blinky lift the trophy after that insane grand final. With 2025 right around the corner, I have an idea.
GeoGuessr 2025 World Cup, Denmark. Let me show you what Copenhagen has to offer. We have historic buildings, world-class dining. We got the best beer in the world. Presumably. I welcome you to Copenhagen and the KB Hall, the venue of the 2025 GeoGuessr World Cup Finals.